Ooh, golden wow.
Who? Oh, holy shit. 2 of them.
Holy shit.
Damn. They're just handing these out to anybody these days, huh?
All right, everyone, we're doing viewer call-ins today.
Are we, though?
Come on in.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. Waiting.
Hold on. It's going to be a minute. 1 second.
It'll be a bit. All right, well, they should get their spots.
They should get their spots.
Get your spots. Wait, today's another short stream?
Yep.
All right, well. What do you want me to say?
Wait, what? Is that picture? Is that what the streamer is?
Yeah. That's what DGG was watching.
Is it, maybe it's for, fuck, what am I thinking? Metro 2033 or whatever?
No, she says that she's a latex streamer.
Oh, like the, you mean like the math formatting?
I don't know, man. What is POTC?
POTC?
Yeah, someone said drunk POTC stream tonight. I don't know what POTC is. Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, no.
Duh. How could you not know that?
Because I'm gay. That's why.
What?
Yeah, you heard me.
Okay, almost.
Don't worry, RGBA. He's still in Speranza.
Who? What?
RTBA said, I'm sad your raider isn't doing this expedition, but I get it.
Wait,
You're just taking a break. You're in Speranza.
Did I miss the go time?
Not sure.
Wait, I can at least sign up for it. Fuck.
Renlex, you can add veganism. It's fine.
No.
As a banned topic.
Yes. Oh, boom.
Oh.
Boom, boom. Skip. 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 Skip.
Skip.
skip. There, signed up. Easy. Okay. Okay, boom, boom, boom.
Wayo.
Boom, boom. Okay, hold on. Almost. Can we go see your hot take on the boys next season? Nope. Okay. What did that Abby shit mean yesterday? Yeah, sorry, I was way too vague about that. They provided a larger message from her first exhibit, and this was like one that she typed at the end of it. It was just stupid because they were like providing a larger version of the same message saying that this is the next one, and it's just funny because it's like, I don't know what the point of this is, if it's like to conveniently explain why she's never told anybody else this ever before, if she like made this up retroactively, or I don't even know. I don't know anything about, I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. Are they even allowed to add that since Discovery is over? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anything matters for anything ever.
Ooh, full chud.
Shut up. Okay. What is the thing? What's the world map thing?
The
GeoGuessr world map. What the fuck is the... Is it Cetera? Is that the one we normally do?
Europe.
Not this one. Rationality Rules posted a video about you. What the fuck is the world one? Oh. 193 United Nations member states.
Share your stream.
I don't...
You
need to
will.
do a goddamn
You're gonna do it.
thing.
Or else you get the groom suit.
What? Okay. I need to do I need to redo the African ones. All right. Let me just do this one today, okay?
Senegal. Equatorial Guinea.
It's a place.
Gambia.
What do you mean it's a place?
Libya.
You don't think it's real just because you don't personally?
Democratic Republic of the Congo. Algeria.
To the Congo.
Egypt. Kenya. Sierra Leone. Uganda. Gabon. Guinea.
That's what they say to Italians.
Why do I keep clicking this place? I have no idea.
Benin,
Fuck.
Comoros,
This is an island place. I don't know which one.
Liberia,
You're cooked, man.
Zambia, Namibia, Ghana,
Unbelievable. Ghana. No, I've clicked it like 30 times.
Togo,
Okay.
Eritrea,
Togo.
Is this one?
Western Sahara,
That's the name of a country? What the fuck?
Cape Verde, Somalia, Sao Tome and Principe,
Those are islands. Fuck.
Central African Republic, Malawi,
No. God damn it.
Ivory Coast, Chad, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Tanzania,
It's okay. No.
Morocco,
You got an
South
Africa trip planned?
Africa, Angola,
Definitely not. Not like this. They would kill me for getting this on the map game down there, okay? They would kill me.
Niger, Tunisia, Madagascar, South Sudan, Republic of the Congo, Seychelles, Eswatini,
I just don't even know.
Cameroon, Botswana, Rwanda,
There was a
Guinea-Bissau,
genocide there.
Yeah, probably genocide in every single one of these
Djibouti.
countries. It's Africa. That's the point.
Burkina Faso,
That's where you do the genocide.
That's where you do the genociding, you fucking idiot.
Look at me.
You know what my favorite thing is about America? I don't know if they do this in European things, but like in America, because Africa is so foreign to us, you can literally just make shit up about it and then like put it on like a TV show and like you just kind of like believe it. Like in
Yeah, we do that on the news every day.
well, like hold on. Well, wait, now I'm just making sure I'm not saying something completely fucking crazy. Do you remember that House episode with that African dictator?
Yes.
All of that shit was fake, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. It's like, that was actually the second most popular genocide of the 2000s.
No, they cast him.
Mali, Ethiopia,
God damn it.
Mauritania, Nigeria, Mozambique, Mauritius, Sudan, Burundi,
Review will do the ones I missed, right?
Cameroon,
Yeah, okay.
Gabon,
Gabon. Uh-huh.
Liberia, Malawi, Niger, Lesotho, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Equatorial Guinea, Zambia,
Shut up.
Ethiopia, Mali, Comoros, Western
Your stream gives me a
Sahara,
Comoros. Because boring.
That's freaking epic, bro. Oh, yeah, Wakanda as well. Do you think in African countries or in like South America, do they just make up like European places and... Okay.
Seychelles,
I ignored you, yeah.
Zimbabwe,
Don't worry about it.
Benin, Guinea, Sao Tome and Principe, Seychelles,
By the seashore.
Zambia, Comoros,
It's not that one. It's
Gabon,
Oh, Jesus. You saw the Cuban black voice, right? For Hassan's video?
Yeah. Yes.
Absolute fucking king, dude.
He's on his king grind, man. What do you want me to say?
Mauritania,
Shut up.
Cape Verde,
I just said shut up.
Sudan, Mozambique,
No. Yes. No!
Libya, Senegal, Malawi, Comoros,
Was this an island fucker?
Sierra Leone,
That's the Kanye song.
No,
South
it's the Leonardo
Sudan,
DiCaprio movie.
Benin,
You fuck. God damn it.
Kenya, Togo, Tanzania,
God damn it, I hate you.
Seychelles, Rwanda, Eswatini, Djibouti, Egypt, Namibia,
That's nice.
Zimbabwe, Ivory Coast, South Africa, Liberia, Burundi, Sao Tome and Principe, Tunisia,
No, Morocco. Oh my god.
Gambia, Guinea,
What'd you guys cover today?
I didn't stream it. It's Saturday.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, so Saturday's
No.
where everybody fucking slacks off then, huh?
It's where everybody slacks off. It's where you show up late and leave early.
Guinea-Bissau,
Fucking hell yes.
Ethiopia,
That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Equatorial Guinea,
Is Equatorial Guinea really on the
Uganda.
equator? There's no way the equator's that far south, right? That'd just be crazy.
Botswana,
Oh my god. It's just
Nigeria.
Clanker,
Niger. Niger is on top?
Eritrea, Cameroon, Western Sahara, Angola, Chad, Burkina Faso, Madagascar,
This is
Democratic Republic of the Congo, Mauritius,
this huge ass fucker right here. It's Algeria. Oh my fucking god. It's not that. What? Was this an island fucker?
Niger,
You
Somalia,
cannot say that, man.
Island fucker?
You
Central
cannot call
African
those people that.
Republic,
I didn't call the people that. It's the name, the country of the
Oh,
country.
okay.
What are you talking about?
All right, I don't know what
Gabon.
the hell you're on.
What is
man.
wrong with you?
You're crazy,
What are you
dude.
talking
Mali.
about? Bro, you're losing it.
You are
Morocco,
crazy.
Zambia, Algeria, Lesotho, Republic of the Congo, Tanzania,
Canada.
No, it's not even a real place. No one cares. Tanzania does not border this, right? It's up here.
Ivory Coast,
Okay.
Tunisia,
Okay. obviously.
Mozambique,
Is this one?
Benin, Mauritius,
Was the island
Botswana,
place?
Guinea, Sierra Leone, Comoros,
Islands? I never remember which ones. Okay.
Guinea,
Okay. Well,
I don't
that'll
like
be
that one.
fine for today for that. Okay. Easy one.
Oh, that's an easy cut.
Did you even make your cut today?
You're overthinking it now, but
I mean, you're overthinking.
No, you fucked it. You
Shut
fucked
the
it.
fuck up. Shut the fuck. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know. You would know an easy cut if it cut you on the face.
I mean, I don't know what I told you.
Shut up. You would never cut that one correctly.
Okay, I'll cut it right now.
He's cheating. Stream it so I can see.
Okay, well, I gotta fucking open it up.
Yeah,
then.
you do that.
Share your screen, entire screen, done. You ready?
Wait. What? Why are you playing music?
I'm not. Oh, I guess I am. Hold on.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Sorry, it was a bad part of the song.
Cut. Oh God, he's about to do it so bad, guys. Are you ready? Trust me. Are you serious? You think that's a good cut?
One more time.
You really think that's a good cut? I'm cringing. I'm cringing. I'm cringing. I'm cringing. I'm cringing.
There you go.
51, guys. Not even that good. Not even that good. Stop. Chrome, you can do this. Okay. 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 Today's a day. I can feel it. I can feel it today. Okay, I don't know. Actually, fuck. Fuck! All the rest are gonna be good. That was my bad one. Okay. This under whatever the fuck this low note is fucking my shit up. Fuck. Damn it. That one fucked me in the beginning. Fuck! That might be my highest score. Or the second one. God damn it! Okay. Let's connect. The low note should help. Fuck you if you're about to say count the vibrations and yourself. Post-it, treasury, heraldry, play, interior, musical, mental, state, timetables, education, opera, psychic, extrasensory, globetrotter, telepathic, and ballet. I'm seeing a thing. First part of the thing is part of a common fictional or something newspaper, like the Daily Herald, the Times, the Extra, and the Globe paper. Oh my God, I'm a genius. Fuck. Fuck. I think it is that, though. Herald, Times, something Globe. The something Treasure? The Post. Fuck! Okay. That's okay. We got it. That was the purple one. Okay. All like psychic people or whatever. Common departments in government. I don't know if we have a department for the interior department, right? I think that's like our immigration, or I don't even know what you would call that.
I think we do have an interior secretary.
What is it? What do they do? Interior.
I think they deal with shit at home. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's what interior means. But do we call it that? What the fuck is the interior?
I think it's the Secretary of the Interior. I don't know.
Why the fuck do I never... Oh, this is for okay, it's not like crime enforcement stuff. Fish and Wildlife Service, Geological Survey, Hearings and Appeals Office, Indian Affairs Bureau, Land Management Bureau, Minerals National Park Service. Okay.
Daily.
Already played. Oh, okay.
Daily.
Shut up! Okay. 2 more map ones. Okay. We're going to be improving our map and international knowledge. Okay. This year. That's what we're doing, guys. Okay.
That's what we're doing, or that's what you'd like to do?
That's what we're going to be doing. Bitch.
Yes.
What?
Hmm?
Okay. Think. Today's daily is completed. What? Okay. Okay, and geogrid. Okay. HDI over 0.8 and flag with green. Human development index over 0.8. So that's got to be high. I don't know fucking flags, brah. Okay, I don't hear like horrible shit going on with Oman all the time, so I bet they gotta have, and I'm sure they've got green in their flag, or is it just like red? No, they don't. I think it's like red, black, and no. Do they have the tree of life? The tree? Do they have the tree? Fuck! Legendary! That was a legendary poll. That was a legendary poll. More than 50 Olympic medals and a green flag. Oh, who's more than 50 medals? That's a lot of medals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a green flag. The Kenya guys are running, right? Do they have green in their flag? I feel like a lot of African flags have green. Fuck it. I don't know. Ooh, epic. That's an epic poll. Okay. Top 20 in number of World Heritage Sites. I don't know what the fuck a World Heritage Site is. Which are designated for their cultural, historical, or natural significance. I feel like that's got to be a lot of... I feel like that would be overweighted for European countries. There can't be many Americans in there, right? American countries? Because how much heritage do we have? Well, I don't even know. Does that mean historical or not? I don't know. World Heritage Sites. Top 20. Does Egypt have green in their flag? Fuck. They got the pyramids. I think that's just like red and black and white or something. Green in the flag. I don't remember the European flags either. Fuck. Italy does, right? Because the pizza places. They gotta have a lot of heritage, right?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. Okay.
It's Mario on their flag.
That's a common poll, but okay. Okay, top 20 in oil production. Human Development Index over 0.8. Any of the OPEC countries, I imagine, are right. And green in the flag? I can't reuse, like, one that I've already done, right? It won't let you? Yeah. I don't know. Any of those... Rare, whatever.
Someone said, you haven't been here in a while, but he's done this at least 3 times now in the last few years. It never works.
Done what?
Try to learn the flags, try to learn where countries are.
My geography knowledge improved 1 trillion times. I don't know what that guy's talking about. I didn't even know I couldn't even do more than like 10 fucking U.S. states.
I can do I think the whole U.S. now.
Yeah. And something with world countries too. Okay.
The world countries, fuck.
50 Olympic medals and top 20 in oil production. Damn. United States. Do any of the Gulf states have a ton of Olympic competitors? I can't think of any. I don't even know.
Olympic competitors?
I don't watch the Olympics. The U.S. is uncommon. Okay. And then World Heritage Sites, top 20 in oil production. Saudi Arabia? No? They don't have a lot of heritage sites?
20 in oil and probably Canada, right?
Well, yeah, but now you're cheating, motherfucker. Top 20 in oil production. Fuck. Yeah, because I already guessed the U.S. Does Venezuela have heritage sites? There's no way, right? I feel like Canada's going to be like the most common one. Oh, fuck. I hate you. Oh, that was how? Who else? What else has a ton of heritage sites? Okay. Okay, top 10 in number of lakes. Human Development Index over 0.8. Ooh, okay. All of the those countries up there, the Scandinavian ones, all have a fuck ton of lakes, don't they? Finland must be up there. I'm going to guess them. Maybe? You only have one guess left. What? Oh, wait, it uses your guesses even if you get it right? Oh, shit.
Cool.
Top 10 in number of lakes, more than 50 minutes, and the top 20 World Heritage Sites and top 10 in number of lakes. Oh, shit. Hmm. I want to guess like India, just because it's such a huge fucking country. They gotta have a lot of lakes, right? But I feel like I don't think of India when I think of lakes. All of those little island nations, though, or not island nations, but the ones that are like on the ocean, like have coasts, but India has coasts.
Well, the bigger you are, the more lakes you're gonna have, right?
Yeah, but like when you get to like I know for the Scandinavian countries, there's like fucking a billion fucking lakes because of the, what do you call it, like an archipelago or whatever bullshit with all the little dotted. It feels like they just have a fuck ton of lakes.
Archipelago?
Sure, whatever.
Pelago, that's how you say it.
Top 20 number of World Heritage Sites, though. I have no idea, bro. It's going to be, I'm going to guess Italy again.
I don't know what a World Heritage Site is.
It's just going to be places that are people jerk off
People
on.
go tour at.
You know what? Let's go with Greece. Fuck it, I don't know. Fuck! Peak performance. My Best Square beat 96.3% of GeoGrid game players. Rank 4,000 of 5,528. I'm that down on it? No shot.
Terrible, man.
What, is the average player of this a fucking god? Or do you get super penalized if you don't fill a square?
Have you read Obama's book?
Yeah, where he talks about being a fake socialist to pick up chicks. Oh, yeah.
I haven't got to there. I'm reading A Promised Land.
Oh. Why? He's black.
On chapter 5.
How can you possibly relate to him?
He's half white. We claim him. We claim Obama.
9/11. Wait, what is this? Wait, this is Saw. Wait, is this Saw? Or is this... Wait, what is this? The music is added? Oh, what the fuck is this movie?
I assume this is like AI meme.
It says the ending of Remember Me.
Remember Me? Oh, I've never seen it.
Most epic ending scene. The ending is totally random, nothing to do with the rest of the movie? With the guys working in the World Trade Center the entire time and you don't know?
Caroline. Hello.
What if he was one of the jumpers? I'm just kidding.
Would have been funnier if he was a pilot.
What? Why would you? No shot did they show the plane. That would be epic, though. Okay. Would you have been a jumper or an alive burner? Bro, I have no idea. Jesus Christ. None of the jumpers lived, right?
Well, I think jumping is the correct choice there.
Probably.
Because there's a chance that you can live.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. It's probably like 1 in a million or whatever.
For sure, but better than 0.
Well, I don't know if it would be 0 if you...
You think you're going to survive the fire and the flames?
Maybe like the thing starts to collapse and then you ride the floors down.
You become like fucking Mario. Yahoo! You think you survived jumping? I'm pretty sure there's been
everybody in
people
chat
who
is fucking
survived,
falling out of airplanes. People in chat are just
out of
fucking retarded.
airplanes and
They're
parachute,
retarded.
yeah.
There just hasn't been a YouTube video made on it, so
retarded.
they don't have the knowledge to draw from. Yeah.
Okay. What are they gonna do?
Dan.
Yeah.
Why are you in here not saying anything?
Why are you in here not saying anything when I join?
Because you joined. You're supposed to say something when you joined the VC.
You're supposed to say hello.
What do I? You're supposed... No. When someone shows up, you knock, knock. They say who's there. God, you guys just... You just take L after L after L after L after L after L. I knocked. I showed up. You're supposed to say, who's there? I say, it's Dan. And you say, Dan who? And I say, D's nuts, etc.
Apparently, all 200 people who jumped died, and about 16 people in the North Tower collapse survived by staying in stairwell B.
What did happen with that other tower, though? You know what I mean? The third one?
Too soon, Dan.
I want to know.
What happened for what?
The third tower.
You mean Building 7 or whatever?
Yeah.
It fucking caught on fire and collapsed. What do you mean?
And what? Just there was no fire suppression system in that building?
I don't think they had a fire suppression that was capable of suppressing fires across like 30 different floors from the entire building, and then also with part of one of the other World Trade Centers like falling on top of it. Yeah, I don't think it was able to deal with that.
I'd need to see the videos.
They're out there. Plenty of them.
I actually have no idea.
You know, I need to see some videos about some historic event too.
I saw... I don't know if this is AI, because it's a little much. Was it here? Was fucking Rogan being like, man, the Holocaust, not sure about that.
Oh, that's real. Well,
That's real.
He wasn't saying that, but he
Really?
was kind of saying that, yeah.
I'm telling you right now. I'm looking at
moving.
I'm looking at some alternate suburban areas, you know?
It's like Israel's looking kind of nice right now.
No. I would never go to... First off, that's the worst place to go, okay? By far. I'm not trying to land... I'm talking like, like Buenos Aires or something. Not fucking like Hezbollah missile HQ. I'm good with that.
Back of Tower 7. Rare shot. Rare Pepe. Rare shot of WTC heavy damage on the side facing the towers, which shows how deep the falling debris tore into the building. There was a huge chunk of one of the World Trade Centers that came off and tore into this building. But nobody knows that because everybody, including Jank and Anna, all repeat the conspiracy that Building 7 was nowhere near the World Trade Centers.
Or are they fucking 9/11 conspiracy theorists?
Yes. They are now.
What's the conspiracy?
Jews.
Why would America do it?
Jews did it to pull us into war in the Middle East, to kill their enemies.
Mossad.
Okay, listen, we're going to do viewer call-ins in like 30 minutes. I have to watch part of the CNN thing with Z, though. I told her I would do this, okay? It came out a little bit ago. Your mom. Okay.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Hey,
Wow. Hi. Hello. Hello.
how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you going?
Wait, you didn't know, I'm surprised you didn't know that movie Remember Me. You're a millennial, right?
Yeah, but what the fuck was Remember Me about?
I know. Some like I remember buying it in like that when those like Chinese people sell the DVDs on the side of the street for like 50 cents in like the 2010s.
No, but I'll take your word for it. I do remember going, if you went to like certain stores, sometimes there'd be like a whole bin of DVDs for like 50 cents, so I know that, yeah.
Yeah, clearly not from New York because everybody in New York would remember the people that sell them on the side of the street.
Well, I'm not from New York. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, I'm a good old boy, all right? And let me just say, where we come from, when me and my friends get our ghost outfits on, your type are not allowed, okay?
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's right.
Did you watch the CNN thing or not? Why does my phone keep going off? What the fuck? Hold on. I'm putting on Do Not Disturb. Okay.
No, I haven't watched
Did you
shit.
watch-
My last week I did 2 huge depositions, so I've been zoinked out on all that shit, so I have not watched any of it yet.
Yeah, that makes me sad. Let's watch it. Let's watch some stuff. It's pretty good. Wait, is Dan here? I'm confused.
No, they're in my Discord.
Oh, I don't know how any of this works.
Well, give me links. Wait, how are we planning on doing this? Wait, are you on your phone right now? Is that how you're calling me?
No, I'm on my computer. Hold on, I'm gonna send you the... Because Donnie only posted sections of it. But, okay, so, like, the first 6 minutes is us.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's, Retard Riley for the last 4 minutes.
Retard Riley. Wow.
You know Retard Riley.
Which one is that?
He's the only one. That's the guy that, he, like, goes from
Oh,
campus to
no.
campus.
Oh, God. He was at UCLA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my
So
God,
they had, like,
bro.
I know. We accidentally gave him his fucking CNN debut. Kill me.
Is that where they got...
Okay.
Oh, no. I don't think so. Never mind. Sorry. Okay, go on.
I'm trying to see which ones he posted. So it was on Anderson last night, and Anderson only did the first 6 minutes with us.
Mm-hmm.
But you said you can't do, like, the paywall thing, right?
I feel like watching
Sketchy.
paywall stuff on YouTube is a little sketch because sometimes they'll hit you with the strike DMCA stuff.
I think that... Hold on. Let me see if this one is, like, the full version. No, this one's only 2 minutes. Chat, help us. How do we do this?
Where's what are the... Somebody link me the biggest Twitter links of, I guess whatever was posted.
Donnie posted... The longest one he posted, I think, is like... Oh, wait. Hold on. This one might be the long version. One sec.
The MAGA coalition.
I think that this one's the long version. Hold on. How do I send this to you?
Oh, on Discord?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, by the way, chat.
Uh-oh.
Are you scared for what I'm going to say?
I'm always scared.
It's the 1 year anniversary of the Tell All.
What is the tell-all?
Remember when you had me up during the Dean and Parker drama?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's been 1 year. We've lasted as friends for 1 year. Can you believe
Barely.
that?
For now. I'm just kidding.
Acquaintances for a whole year. Ally of the year for a whole year. Okay, I sent it to you on Discord.
Okay. I can stream on Discord. Are you able to see it if I do this? Hold on. You said you're using when you say computer, do you mean like a MacBook or something, or?
Yeah, just like Mac.
Okay. Do you see my stream? You got it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. I want to start playing. Okay.
How do you feel about the current war in Iran?
I don't think you're going to find many Gen Z people that are super pro-war in Iran.
The MAGA coalition
I was wrong to support Donald Trump. That was a big mistake. He's worse.
is crumbling.
I was one of those guys back in 2020, 2024. Not proud of it. Man enough to say it.
A key part of that coalition was young voters, particularly young men.
A lot of people I knew who just voted for Trump because they thought it was cool. Now just being like, I can't stand the guy.
And the key to them was Charlie Kirk. His Turning Point USA juggernaut was a fixture on college campuses.
What is a woman?
With his Prove Me Wrong debates.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but
therefore they should have human rights.
But since he was killed,
Charlie was the glue that held the conservative movement together.
Turning Point USA has struggled.
Since he has passed, there's been a lot of division.
And sensing an opportunity, groups on the left
I know that, dude.
and on the right,
Unfortunately.
What is a woman?
are trying to fill Kirk's place.
Oh
on
my
this
God.
sparsely staged set, a group of Democrats are trying to catch up.
Where are we? What is this?
So this is just a random studio. It's going to be Destiny versus...
Wait, I'm curious. On the CNN website release, is it in phone format or is it like an ordinary wide video?
No, it's ordinary wide. It was
Okay.
on Anderson last night. It's like they have like a they have this new stupid thing where they have like the paywall, but they have like short documentaries.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious if they filmed it all like this, yeah.
Probably 5 to 6 Turning Point students.
Unfuck America was set up last year as
Whoa,
a democratic
cuss word.
alternative to Turning Point USA.
You're not the president
I don't
of the United
care.
States. What?
Whenever
Oh,
I don't
wait, why do
care.
you not care?
Their plan was to show up to Turning Point events to try to debate Charlie Kirk.
Why won't you debate me, Charlie?
Hey, the
even
guy.
when they weren't invited.
Yeah, Rocky.
I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
While debate is important,
Give me a 5 countdown.
the real priority are clips.
Trump. How? Because Trump doesn't...
Snippets of debates that are cut up and shared all over the internet. It's something Charlie Kirk mastered. And it's what Unfuck America are trying to do here today with Destiny, a streamer and online debater who has
Destiny.
millions of followers online and who has joined the Unfuck campaign.
Okay, I'm gonna steal $100 from you for no reason. They're like, well, if you steal 100 from us, we're gonna steal 100 from you. It's like, okay, I'll only steal 20
That's
from
not
you. That's not a
stealing whenever
negotiation.
it's based on goods. It's purchase
Oh
of
my!
goods.
What could you compare terrorists to?
How important are clips?
Oh, that's the most important thing ever. That is why we do it, right? Because I think one of the biggest issues that the Democrats have had is that they don't understand how to take advantage of the attention economy. When we go places, we go specifically to create our own viral moments. Like, the viral moments don't come to us, we create them.
Trying to emulate Charlie Kirk, Unfuck America have started a campus debate tour of their own. And today they've come to ASU in Tempe, Arizona. This is Turning Point's backyard where Kirk built his empire. The group's
I believe you
headquarters
missed-
is only a few miles.
What?
I can't believe you missed that because you went to nap.
I went to, I'm pretty sure I was sick this day. Okay. I had a headache, all right?
Yeah, no, you were like, yeah, you were sick, but yeah, we were like, you were like, I'm gonna go back and nap, and we were like, we're just gonna go outside of Turning Point's headquarters, and you're like, okay.
Well, the only reason I went to nap is because you guys said nothing was going to happen and nobody was going to come out. If you'd have told me that Jack was going to come out, I would have fucking grabbed some ibuprofen and fucking gassed myself up and,
Headquarters
I hate you.
is
What are
only
the
a
odds
few
that was
miles
gonna
away.
happen? Like,
Well, listen,
Come
if he
on.
would have seen me, he wouldn't have come out, okay?
2 days earlier, their permit had been unexpectedly pulled by the university, but still, they hope to shoot some content on campus.
This is a very conservative campus, especially with the male population. Charlie actually did 2 really big.
When we were doing interviews out here, some guy actually walked up and saw us and was like, "Oh my God, I know you." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm the guy from YouTube." And he's like, "No, Donnie." He recognized Donnie. I've never in my life I've been with a journalist who's like, "Donnie from CNN or whatever." I was like, "Holy shit."
Charlie actually did 2 really big events here last semester and last spring. It's really important to have a Democrat counterpart to that kind of, because they hold a lot of power.
The purpose of the event is to not only change minds on campus, but change minds online.
Charlie Kirk is obviously super popular on social media, so when a lot of young guys who aren't super tuned in, they hear about politics, they already know about Charlie Kirk. They've already seen all the clips. And so when you kind of only have the only political engagement that a lot of students are doing are through super viral organizations like TPUSA, there's not really anything on the other side to counterbalance that. So that's basically all their political media consumption and where they develop a lot of their uninformed opinions.
I just wanted to let you know that we're not allowed to film in this area.
Okay, gotcha. Where can
Wow.
But it started to become clear that Unfuck America's event was not going to happen here today.
we can stay, but we just can't film?
It's only a matter of time.
So I'm outside of the Turning Point USA headquarters right now.
Convinced that Turning Point had something to do with the campus event cancellation, the
But you
group
want to know
thought
why they
of
actually
another...
came out for real?
Why?
Because Amy flipped off the Charlie Kirk side.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, no, seriously, that triggered them so hard. That's why they came out. I think they would have come out with you there because they were so triggered by that.
Another way of making some viral content, showing up on Turning Point's doorstep.
Is Erica Kirk here? Would there be any way we are being censored? We are not allowed to speak at the Arizona State on campus. We want to know why. And we want to be able to have a respectful conversation with somebody.
Inside, far-right provocateur Jack Posobiec was broadcasting
Foreign-funded,
his show
foreign
live.
agent.
Posobiec has a long history of promoting conspiracy theories like Pizzagate.
I'm literally doing the show right now, dude.
Yes, there's, you know the Unf America guys? So they're outside right now.
Wait, they're outside. They're here.
Yes, right outside the gate.
It seemed like Posobiec also thought that this...
Oh, I bet that's probably why they came out too, because he was live doing a show at the time and they called him out on camera. It would have been weird for him to dodge it then, yeah.
It would be good content.
Hey everybody, Brian Shapiro here in front of the official Turning Point headquarters.
Unfuck America tour was canceled at ASU.
I've heard about that. Yeah. Hey, how are you? Thanks for coming out. Let's go. You're in a 47 hat.
Disguise. What happened? We're just a little frustrated because we agree on freedom of speech, what Charlie Kirk stood for, right?
We truly thought you guys had something to do with us being canceled at ASU because the timing was very suspicious from the
I didn't even know you guys were coming until I heard that there was, like, I got a press inquiry about it saying, did we have anything to do with it? And yeah, we didn't, so.
Wait, that guy works with Turning Point, right?
Yeah, that's Andrew Colvette. You know Andrew?
Did he? Didn't this guy just tweet talking shit about me? Fuck.
He's always talking shit about you, and he's super mad at all of us because Adam called him out, like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago about the violence thing, the political violence. And fucking, he just mogged him.
I feel like this is
really
the
bad.
guy. I think this is the guy that I think walked me out of when I debated Myron and somebody else on Sean Keller's show at the Turning Point event the year before. I think this is the one.
Did they escort you out?
Yeah, because man, hold on. My memory for time is like just non-existent. It was with, did I sneak in with you guys or was this with somebody else?
That was at SAS last year. That was like right before Charlie died.
Yeah. Was I with you guys then or was I on my own just with friends?
No, that was, I set up that whole debate with you and Myron. That was before Myron and I started fighting and he called me a fat fucking Jew.
Jesus. Yeah, okay. And then I think I wore like sunglasses and a thing and I snuck in with Kyla and Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my idea. I was with you guys in the garage.
Okay.
Texting and he was like, yeah, they're just not going to let you guys in. Because at that point they found out that we all bought tickets and he was like, yeah, we're canceling all. Because they caught me earlier in the day. They came up to me. Andrew and Charlie both saw me in there. And then like within like 3 seconds, a security guard came up to me and he was like, are you using a fake name? And I was like, no, my real name is Elizabeth. And he was like, you got to go. And they just kicked me out. That was like right before you went in for the debate.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but that's Andrew Colvette. Andrew Colvette's he's the spokesperson for Turning Point. So if anything happens to Erica, he's going to be the next one in charge. And he's sketchy as fuck.
Yeah, I think Turning Point is, I don't know if it's going to survive. I don't know their financials and everything, I guess, but we'll see.
Well, let's just say I do know some of their financial. I don't think that they're going to survive.
One thing that, because the country is so deeply unserious right now and there's no real politics that happen anymore. Actually, let me finish this for 15 seconds. Hold on.
While online the rhetoric was heated, in person it became a respectful conversation of the day's politics. Even a photo op.
So he came out here, started debating these guys, and they've been debating for like more than an hour now. It's 110 degrees.
Damn. Also, I mean, anytime these people out in like Arizona, New Mexico, whatever, they brag about like, oh, it's 110 degrees, so hot out here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there's no humidity out here. It's not that hot, okay? These people are being babies, all right?
I mean, I don't know. It's pretty hot. It
no,
was like, what?
It's
I was
not.
dying.
It's not. If you're from a humid area and you go to Arizona, it'll be like 105. You'll be like, oh, you know, it's a little whatever. You get some shade and you're good. It's easy.
Listen,
easy time.
Florida is hell on earth. When we were there for SAS, that was terrible.
Yes, because it's humid and disgusting. Ugh.
Yeah, it's gross.
One thing, I talked about this a lot after Charlie got killed. Everybody said I was wrong, and I wasn't, okay? Martyrdom is actually really, really, really bad for a movement. It sucks talking about this because I don't know if any conversation about this increases the chance of me getting killed, but martyrs are good when they're at like the end of their career or when they're not actually like an important organizing figure. Like if it's like a random like a spokesperson or just a whoever and this person gets martyred, you can like turn that into energy for a movement. But like Charlie was an important person that did a lot for Turning Point USA, and I think that him getting killed, I think actually significantly hurts Turning Point USA, potentially has broader implications for the entire conservative movement. It's really scary in the United States now that we have like effective political assassinations that are happening, and we like can't address this on the national level because our president is fucking insane. That's like really, really, really spooky to me. Like Turning Point will never, ever, ever come back from that assassin. Like it might be dead. It might be a dead organization. I know people were really hyped for like a couple weeks afterwards, but that energy, you just can't carry that like frenetic energy of somebody getting killed, you know, into months and years or whatever. You just can't do it.
Well, you can't too because Erica's a terrible representative. So like literally everybody hates her on the left and the right. So it's not gonna.
But it's also well. The thing is that whoever was going to replace Charlie would always be worse than Charlie, because if they would have been better than Charlie, it would have been them instead of Charlie, right? Like Charlie wouldn't have been the face and the organizer and everything else if somebody else could have done it better. He was clearly like an individually instrumental person with regards to establishing TPUSA, and then he was just he really was super, super, super talented, right? Like obviously he was handling a lot of the organizational stuff. He was really good at networking and doing everything behind the scenes. He had good stage presence. He could do the debates. He could do the whatever, at least against college kids. He could do the speeches and the presentations, like, and he did it all like very impressively without having an official party background or even, I don't know if he even had a college degree, did he?
No, he didn't. No.
Yeah.
He dropped out like community college. And that's the thing is like, Charlie was just like a one of the kind in that way, right? Like he really held the conservative movement together, which is, you know, I think kind of that's what Donnie, when he was on Anderson last night, I mean, that was like what he was alluding to, was that like Turning Point's dying because they don't have that replacement. And there's no, I mean, they've been doing that like pick up the mic thing. Have you seen that?
No.
So it's lame. It's basically just them like showing up to college campuses with like a table that they're essentially like doing it to like try to figure out like who could potentially be the next Charlie Kirk in Turning Point.
Oh,
but
sure.
They all suck. Like they all last like a couple. They had that one guy, what's his name? I forget his name. The moderate guy or something.
Even if
that's his name on there, but he Ethan like debated him and completely destroyed him, and he just like never came back. And that was their best out of all of them. They've had that like abortion lady too, the one that's I forget her name too, but yeah, they just, the problem is that they just don't have anybody. And then Erica's like canceling every single event, so what are they going to do? They can't even fill a room. JD Vance can't even fill a room.
Yeah, I think that one thing that the problem is that with people that speak well and people that present well is it's very easy to just look at it. Like when they're doing it really well, it looks like it's just kind of happening. It's very organic and nobody really thinks much about it. But there is a lot of strategy and intentionality that goes behind the appearances they choose to make, the people they choose to debate. Like there's a reason, you know, like I shit on him from a debater perspective because Charlie was not the kind of person who could handle like an intense debate with like somebody who was actually an intellectual peer. That's why he had to debate college kids. But that's not the appearance. That's not the perception that people had of him. The perception they had of him was like a huge debate bully or whatever. And that's like a carefully curated image between all the clipping, between all of the doing their own events and choosing when to give the mic to somebody and when not, and then how they publish videos. And then, yeah, all the organizational stuff and everything going on behind the scenes, Erica was definitely not ready to step up into that role. And the idea that they could just throw his wife there into it and expect, I feel like that was actually the death knell, because the fact that they were willing to, like, what are the chances that a person's spouse just happens to be the one that can fill that role? That meant that nobody else was either able or willing to take on the role. And yeah,
well, they tried, like, the first person they tried was that, like, Brylan, like that, like, little kid who was like Craigslist Charlie. He was terrible.
Sure.
I mean, the problem is they really just don't have anybody. That's the biggest issue. Because I mean, even if you think about it, the people that are good organizers on the Republican side are not great in front of the camera usually. Like,
yeah,
people
that's
like
why I'm
Scott
saying Charlie was good in that he had like both of these. He had like a wide variety of skills. It's rare than what people can do, like have like multiple areas of talent and expertise. Like a guy that would be as good at organizing as Charlie probably wouldn't be, like you said, good in front of the camera, you know?
Yeah, like Scott Presler is probably the best that they have right now, but I mean, he's flamboyantly gay, which just doesn't work in the conservative movement.
Well, Dave Rubin was big for a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was, yeah, I guess, like, they could, I mean, but then also, like, they had, like, Steven Crowder, but even Crowder, like, doesn't, I mean, he never got crowds like Charlie could get.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But also, well, that was also because Crowder had a different goal, right? Crowder wasn't building, like, a student movement. He was just he was only doing the debate farm stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, he wasn't trying to, like, set up chapters or anything at schools.
Yeah, well, and that's the most important part, right? But, I mean, listen, I've been doing some research that's coming out. Everybody should go follow our YouTube, because we're going to have some research coming out on Turning Point that's pretty interesting.
What's the YouTube for people in chat?
It is Unfuck America Tour. I'm going to put it in here so if people can. But yeah, I think we're at like 2K subs, which is pretty cool.
Unfuck America. Gotcha.
We need more. We need more subs, and we need to prep for the fall tour. That's what we're doing right now. Is like we're applying for the permits, and yeah, I think Turning Point is eventually, like, once they really, really start struggling, once the money starts drying up, I think they're going to come after us for sure.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. There's obviously going to be a huge party realignment and everything after the midterms, so we'll see what happens with everything. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to work really hard for the midterms too. But did you watch the Ken Martin thing on PodSave?
Don't do it. We don't need to go there, Z. Don't do it, Z.
I'm gonna argue with you on this. We're gonna have a fight.
I'm a pod hater. I'm a Ken Martin stan, so.
Wait, you can't be okay. First of all, I don't like PodSave either. I don't like any of those guys from PodSave. I think they're huge. I mean, I don't know. We can go into the Obama days. We can go into all that. We don't really need to. PodSave kind of sucks. But Ken Martin, no. Unfortunately, no.
Well.
Listen, we just need somebody that's an aggressive organizer. Like, I'm so sick of this, like, pussyfooting around everything. And you are too. And so is Gavin Newsom. Like, we're all in the same boat here. We're tired of the pussyfooting.
Yeah, but I mean, when you say effective organizing, like, one of the new goals of the DNC was to stand up a candidate in every single district, right? And he did that, which was a pretty good thing for
all good candidates that have resources. That's a big part of our problem is, like, you can stand up candidates, but it doesn't matter if they don't have the resources to run a real race. The thing that you have to always be aware of is that if you're putting a candidate into a race and into a district and they don't have resources, they could fuck up even harder, and then it's going to be even harder for the next person that does come around with resources to flip that district. So, like, if you put them in like a plus 15 Republican district and they suck and it turns into a plus 18, then you're at fault for that.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel like memories for House races are not that long. Like 2 years later, someone's gonna be like, "Well, the last Dem that ran wasn't very good."
No, they think about it. Trust me. I get on the phone with like over 40 candidates a week, and people and donors too. And donors do remember when districts are not, when candidates go into races that they're not good at winning. So it's like, we can't just put up a candidate. We have to actually give them the resources that they need to win. We got to connect them to good fundraisers. We got to connect them to good social media people. Like, we can't just like throw people in, you know?
Sure. But I mean, like, the DNC they can't do all of that on their own. They can only raise so much money. I think they've raised more money last year than they have in the history of the party. They've spent a ton of money too. I mean, There's only so much to go around. We're not the Republicans.
Yeah, the thing is that they got to be supporting organizations that are already doing the work. So the thing is that they don't have to, nobody's saying that they've got to take over the entire country, right? Like that's not possible. In fact, the DNC doesn't even raise that much money. In fact, more money runs through the D trip anyway. But what they have to do is they've got to find the organizations in these states that are already doing the work. Like, for example, if you're in Indiana, there's going to be a million different organizations that are doing the work already. Connect them to the resources, get them the funding, and then you can take over a 50-state strategy. That's the way you got to do it. You can't try, because like Ken is doing this thing with like voter registration, right, in Nevada right now. And they were bragging about collecting 3 voter registration packets in an hour. If you work for me, you collect 3 voter registration packets in an hour, I'm firing you. Like that's pathetic. It sucks. And it's a terrible waste of resources when they can be putting that into places that actually matter.
Well, I don't know. Listen, I'm a vote blue no matter who guy. Ken's my guy right now, so fuck pod. That's all I got to say on that.
Listen, I'm with you on most of that, but like I feel like we got to have better leadership that knows what they're doing.
Well, put somebody up then. They should have ran somebody else then for the DNC race.
They should have. They should have. Honestly, I mean, listen, I think I think we need some young blood in there. I've got disagreements with David Hogg. I don't think that he picks always the right races. I don't understand why he picks, like, for example, like the Arizona race was stupid. I don't know why you'd spend $1 million running against a progressive, a Bernie-backed progressive. But I do think we need young blood in there. I think that's important. And I think that they consistently make sure that there isn't young blood in there. And that's not good either.
Ken Martin is only 52. That's basically a child in terms of politics years in the United States right now, right?
I mean, listen, I'm not going to say Ken has done very good work in his state, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But again, I think that, like, if you're going to be leading the entire party, you better at least be able to answer an email. You should at least be able to answer texts from people that are high up in the Democratic Party. And he's not doing that. And I think like the whole like contention too with like not releasing the autopsy, like Anderson Clayton's been fighting for that from North Carolina, and so she should be. I think that's I just don't get why not just release it, make everybody happy, and then move on.
Well, so I would have to go back and look at his exact statements. My understanding is he never said there were going to be a public release of that autopsy, but that it was going to go out to members of like the DNC basically for organizing or electoral purposes. I would have to see. I need to go back and look at his exact statement on that. My main issue though, also with that autopsy, I mean, what's going to happen if he releases that. Every single person that wants to take a bite of whatever thing they see in there is going to use it to infight for the next 7 months at least, right?
I mean, maybe, but I think
1,000,000%.
You can frame it, right? You can frame it in a way that, I don't think you just have to like release it in the raw. I think like you can frame it in a way that you want to frame it. But I think just giving people that, hey, like we fucked up. This is where we fucked up. This is the roadmap to fix it is helpful.
Yeah, but I think the issue is the most vocal people that are looking for that roadmap have no desire to fix anything. They just want to destroy whatever they see as the Democratic Party. Like the thing that most of the loud people online are looking for is anything about Israel-Palestine. That's what they're looking for. And if they see literally anything about it, they're just going to sink their teeth into that for the next 7 months, at least, if not the next 2.5 years.
Yeah, I mean, true. But I think that there's a way that you can frame it. Because, like, I want to see it. Anderson Clayton wants to see it. There are a lot of people within the party that want to see it that...
If somebody is like an official party person and they're like involved in big races and they want to see it and they're not getting access to it, I'd be interested in seeing those people, I guess, make public statements about it or something. But my understanding is they have been sharing like relevant findings to people that are running races and everything. So, but
they haven't given it to Anderson. I know that, and she's the chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party, so she hasn't gotten it. And I mean, a lot of people have not seen this supposed report. But I think that there's a way you can frame it. But more importantly, like, what's the roadmap to win after? And right now, I don't know, like, what is the roadmap here? Just putting up a candidate in every district?
Well, I think right now it's just to get people running in more districts, which is probably good given how fucked the down ballot is right now for Trump and MAGA in general. So getting anybody to run anywhere is probably good. And then, I don't know, maybe there'll be some surprising election result. I don't know what their full plan is. I don't follow electoral stuff. You'd have to talk to Guy, IRI, more about that. He follows that shit way more. But if, I I mean, if you've got these districts that are like just known as like plus 50 districts, and then they run a candidate in every state, and some of these plus 50s become like plus 7s. I don't know. Maybe that bodes well in the future for, oh, well, maybe we should invest a little bit more in these places. But you'd have to ask Martin or IRI. He would know more about that.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I just say, just release it. Let's come up with a real roadmap. Don't just throw random candidates into these districts. Let's actually like figure out the places that we can really win and invest resources in those places.
Sure.
That's what I would say, you know?
Okay.
You really are a blue no matter who, huh? Even more than me.
Well, my issue with well, hold on. So my issue is everything you're saying right now has nothing to do with that pod interview. The pod interview was like a hostile interview hit piece that was like designed to try to like assassinate Ken as much as possible. That was my issue with the pod save interview. Like the criticism you're giving me right now may or may not be good. I don't know enough about how the DNCs ran or what the alternatives presented are, but that pod save interview was fucking unhinged. That was the irritating part about it.
I think he brought up a good point, right? I think like he brought up the two pieces that I liked in that interview was that he brought up obviously the autopsy report. He also brought up the situation with purchasing the list, which I just can't justify that kind of spend. Like I get that. Listen, I understand. I'm in the industry. You have to buy fundraising lists. I get it. But for that much, I don't know. I feel like those resources can be better spent elsewhere. Especially
his statement, and I'd have to check for historical accuracy, but my guess is it was accurate because he fact-checked the John dipshit like 20 times in that debate, and he was wrong every single time when John would try to contest a fact. He said that was an ordinary thing at the end of a campaign. You're always buying the donor list, I think, from the campaign afterwards.
They do that, but the thing is like I just don't get why we're spending that much on lists. Like I don't understand the reason behind it, because really those numbers are just arbitrary, right? Like they're not like lists. It's not like, oh, this contact costs X amount of money. Like it's just an arbitrary number to get the campaign out of debt, which obviously helps Kamala's campaign, but I just don't think it really helps like the future of the DNC.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, didn't he say that they'd already like fundraised enough for that list to pay for itself? Like it was only how much? It was like a few $1 million, right?
I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it was a lot. It
was less than $10 million. I think it was probably fine. It seemed pretty normal to me. But if there was a way to conduct that interview that would have been way more conducive to like having a conversation about improving the strength of the DNC. But that interview was just it was a hostile interview trying to basically nail Ken to the wall on select quotes and shit, which is fine for political adversaries. I just don't know why somebody on your team you would give that hostile of an interview to.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird also because the pod save guys are usually like blue no matter who type of dude, so.
Yeah, but they're also a little bit retarded no matter who, so it's, I don't know. The whole online sphere is getting lost into the socialist shit because they're fucking retards, so I don't know.
Listen, I think if we just come up with like a real game plan, we'd be in a much better place. I know, like running races, I know just throwing random candidates into these districts is not going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that group Contest Every Race. It's like, it doesn't, like candidates aren't necessarily doing better because of that.
Yeah, that might be true. Like I said, there might be good criticisms to have of Ken. That interview I just think was horrible. So,
yeah. 6 million, somebody said in the chat for the list. I mean, listen, as long as they're making the money back plus a lot more, I think that it's fine. But it's, I mean, it's all we have right now is their word that has actually happened. Mm-hmm. Also, we have a lot of access to this data regardless. So I think a lot of people don't understand that when we're purchasing these lists, right? Like we purchase a list from a campaign, that data already exists within the Voter Action Network. So it's just that we're purchasing like I don't know what you call it, like more data points on those people, but it's not like it's like this is like a fresh new contact that we've never seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it might be, I'm moving into speculation territory or whatever, but like it might be that because it's standard practice to purchase those lists so that the campaign ends itself, so that it's not out of debt, or so that it's not in debt when the general campaign ends. That might be standard practice, and maybe that's important in the future for if somebody's running a campaign and they're at the home stretch and they're thinking about spending money or not, but they're like, well, fuck, if we go into debt, we're going to be fucked on this, and now there's no guarantee that somebody's going to, buy us out at the end. Maybe that's important for how a campaign finishes the home stretch, I don't know. Maybe not. But
I mean, it's sure, but I don't know. Kamala's campaign did not spend their money well. This is part of the problem too, is like
Might be, but
a
not
lot of-
relevant. Not relevant to this particular thing, though. You don't want somebody making that judgment call, and if you spent your money well or not to know if you're going to be massively in debt at the end of a general race, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, again, I just if the DNC had like a shit ton of money, I think it'd be a different conversation, right? But they don't. They only
They fundraise more than they have, I think, in any year prior. This last year, that was the best fundraising year on record. They're raising money.
Well,
They're
it's also, you know, I think they did like 32 million the last quarter. But the question is like, what is happening with that 32 million dollars? That's really the like. Is as long as we're using it on races.
Sure. I mean, there's a conversation we had for maybe it could be spent better, but I mean, like over the past year and a half, like this has been the most like destructive off-cycle season for any political party in the history of the United States. Like 35 seats, I think, have been flipped. Now, I think there's a really strong argument that a lot of it is just because Trump is just historically like a fucking horrible, terrible candidate. So maybe the DNC could be positioned better. But I think it's kind of hard to argue on results right now because, I mean, like the Democrats have been performing really well, I think, everywhere, generally speaking. But I mean, we'll see, I guess, when the midterms come up.
I mean, this is also like, you know, we're going to special election territory, which Dems like tend to do better at regardless. And then also like, obviously, like the whole Trump. The thing is that if we get through the midterms and we slaughter the midterms and then we get through and we're still doing well in 27 and 28, then and cool, then I'll agree with the strategy. But from where I see where we're at on the ground right now, it's not looking the best.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see.
Get a job at the DNC then? Oh God, I don't want to work for the DNC, bro.
Could be one of the chairs.
Oh my God, no.
What are they? Is it like 500 or 600, or I don't remember how many people voted in the DNC race, but
yeah. So basically, like you have to like get delegate votes. So
yeah.
you have.
I was asking, or I was curious how many delegates there are. I think it's like 500 or 600, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like 500 or 600. And they have like the convention, and then you have to. It's actually kind of a cool process. I mean, I would highly recommend people learn more about the process. But yeah, working for the DNC is, I mean, the problem isn't like, the thing is like even the people that do want to reform the DNC, I think like have a really hard time. That's why I have a soft spot for Ken Martin in that as well, right? Because I think like a lot of people go in with the right intentions and it can be very, very difficult, especially with like how many consultants they have and how many voices are in the room and how many people need to get paid. So I get that struggle, but I would love to see somebody like Anderson Clayton like eventually like make their way out to the DNC chair. I think that would be awesome.
Sure.
Yeah. So what'd you think of the Donnie piece? You liked it?
Yeah. How long is it total? Is the whole thing?
It's like 11 minutes, I think. So it's like 4 minutes or 6 minutes with us, and then 4 minutes with Riley. Yeah. Somebody said, well, everybody's hating on me now about Ken Martin. Oh my God, here we go. DGP, let's go.
My Democrat simps, okay.
Seriously, you got them in a chokehold over this, huh? But it's fine. I mean, we are kicking ass in the elections. That is true. But again, I mean, I don't want to see anybody bragging about collecting 3 voter registration forms in an hour ever again. Or I'm going to lose my shit.
Well, okay. Well, anything else for us, or I'm going to hop back to my Discord?
No, that's it. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, stay safe, be careful, have fun. And
thanks.
Be careful out there, okay? Be careful, all right? It's a crazy world right now.
It is. Have a good one.
See you later, bye. Okay, you can be an emailer, or if you know, you can post in chat. I'm about to ask a crazy weird question, okay? Is there a thing that I can buy, okay? I think it's 3/8. No, that doesn't make any sense. I was going to say 3/8 of an inch, but it can't be that small. There's like a standard rail system. So if this is the top of a tripod, if we're looking at it from above, if this is the top of a tripod, there's like a rail system that the camera can snap down into. Right here. Is there a thing that will attach to the bottom of my camera, okay? but also, like, I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. Okay, so like here's my camera, but sometimes I'll have like a really long lens. Is there like a rail that can attach here and then screw up to here and screw up to there and then attach to the tripod? Is that possible? I'm only asking because it's really annoying attaching the camera here, like on this, because trying to make it go up or down with this lens like hanging off the front is very fucking annoying. It's called a dovetail plane. Email me if you have an answer for this, okay? I'm curious. Okay.
What I was saying, which is you cannot mock what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it.
Some are asking.
Just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the
What the fuck? Chinese Somali on his way to harass South Koreans. Okay, some people have a really hard time understanding when I'm trying to give my position on something versus when I'm evaluating somebody else's argument. Okay, hold on. Destiny, you're just wrong about Ken Martin. You're being brain broken over the pod guys being the ones calling him out. Ken is coasting off of Trump's failures. We don't have a 27% for no reason. Ken should be dropped. It might be that Ken is not doing a good job, and it might be there's somebody that can do a better job. The pod interview was dog shit. It doesn't matter if he's doing a good or bad job. The Pod Save America didn't demonstrate that. I don't know what the name of this is. I don't know if these are like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound mean. I don't know if these are like IQ checks, but like, sometimes people will do a thing where like somebody like we'll watch a video on like 2 squared, like in order to figure out like how to do exponents, you take this one and then you take it down and then you just add it. So this is like 2 plus 2, and then like because the exponent comes down here and this number is here, and so the answer is 4, right? And I'll watch something like this. I'll say this isn't good. This process does not work. And then somebody will inevitably show up in chat and they're like, actually, no, you're brain broken on this. You're brain broken on this video. 4 is correct. You're brain broken on this. It's like, no, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I don't know if this is like this might be just like 100 IQ hurdle. And if you don't have at least 100 IQ, you just can't pass this hurdle right here. Just because you might be at the right answer, a dog shit interview or a dog shit argument doesn't mean that this necessarily follows. Even if this is the right answer. I'm pretty sure I've even said this yesterday. I think I did. I know I said it at least once today. Where like maybe Ken isn't doing the best job, or maybe there are better ways that he could be approaching his job. But the Pod Save people did not illustrate that. Okay, that's it. And then he also said, "Is the plan to see more explicit debates and convos and the legal shit is over? Otherwise, I don't know why you aren't publicly calling for Pod Save type conversations. The pot shots feel very Hassan like." Okay. I'll do a conversation with anybody. I'm pretty sure I've tried to set up pod stuff in the past and they haven't responded. So, but I don't think when Hassan is doing pod shots, it's because he won't have those conversations, not because he's asking people and they won't do it. What the fuck is that?
At FPL, our teams are working every day, inspecting, upgrading, and strengthening the grid.
Oh, okay. So apparently,
he illustrated his own incompetence by going on the pod save and not expecting a dogfight. Sure, but every single person on the left is incompetent right now, except for the far left and the MAGA people. These are the only two groups of people that understand the media environment right now. So yeah, he has an issue with that. But I mean, every center-left Democrat has an issue with that. Even in my sphere, most of them still have an issue with that.
oh, okay. So apparently ContraPoints made some dumb comments about Section 230. So let's talk about it. So do you guys remember ContraPoints, Natalie Wynn? She was very popular in the 2010s. She was like sort of an OG, like bread tuber. I used to watch her. She has become like, or maybe she's always been very like liberal. She's said a lot of like pro-Zionism type stuff. She's kind of fallen off, honestly. But she went on Joshua Cittarella's podcast, and apparently she talked about Section 230. Now, I have never known Natalie Wynn to ever talk about or engage with tech policy. As I've mentioned many times on the show, my big issue with the entire left is that none of them know.
So you agree he isn't equipped for his position. Glad we agree. No, my statement was that nobody on the center left is equipped for that position right now. I don't know who would replace him that is equipped for that position.
Anything about tech policy, and they're constantly either spouting right-wing misinformation, right-wing Christian fundamentalist talking points on tech policy, or they're just completely not even engaged with the issue. And unfortunately, that seems to be pretty common. So let's see what Natalie Wynn and Josh Citarella had to say about Section 230. Apparently, it begins at 29:33, and I have not watched this yet, so we'll just react together. Okay.
Video essays. It's good to have leftist podcasts. We're just saying that it is insufficient to win in the scale of the national election, and if that's the strategy that we're trying to achieve, we need more on top of it. What do you think about repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
First of all, Josh obviously doesn't know what he's talking about here, because every single platform since the dawn of the internet. Right. First of all,
what about repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
First of all, Josh obviously doesn't know what he's talking about here, because every single platform since the dawn of the internet has algorithmic recommendation. Prodigy and CompuServe had algorithmic recommendation. Hello? Like, you just showed your whole ass. And I love you, Josh.
So one of the issues with Taylor is it's impossible for me to tell if she's bad faith or she's stupid, because I've heard her say things that are impossible to explain without those two things. I just don't know. It's hard to say for Taylor. Algorithmic stuff has always been there for, how do you define an algorithm? Technically, every single search is algorithmic. If I'm being charitable, what he's talking about are the For You boxes. So like I have all this turned off on my streamer account, but like if you go to YouTube, there's a For You recommendation thing up here. This was a significant change to all internet content starting maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I'm trying to remember when exactly. At some point, also real quick, I'm so sorry. We're not doing the 6-7 memes are banned from now on when I'm streaming, okay? We've done it. We're over it, okay? It's too annoying. I remember at some point having a conversation even with August that at some point having subscribers for your YouTube channel just didn't mean anything anymore. Because the only thing that mattered was getting into the recommended feed, the recommended box here. Because that's it. That's the only thing that mattered anymore. And whether or not somebody was subbed to your channel didn't guarantee you that an actual video would show up here on a person's recommended For You page. I don't remember how it might be. Maybe it's closer to 10 years. But like initially they started to introduce stuff like this, but I feel like subscriptions were weighed a lot more heavily when it came to recommending people videos. Whereas now I don't think it matters at all. It's
is actually my friend, but like, what the hell are you talking about? Please educate yourself. This is my whole problem with these influencers. There is no distinction between algorithmic content. Literally in Section 230, if you read the text of the law, it just talks about any interactive computer service. So what are you talking?
He knows that. That's why he's saying maybe Section 230 protection should be revealed to people that do have these types of recommendations. But again, the problem too is that Taylor always positions herself as a tech reporter. She doesn't seem to know anything about tech or law. She's more like a pop culture tech reporter, like pop culture in technology reporter, from everything that I've seen her report on.
Talking about with platforms with algorithmic content. The law was written about platforms with algorithmic content. You guys are acting, do you guys think that algorithms were invented in 2022? That's like literally how they talk about this stuff. Okay, I can already tell I'm gonna get very triggered, but let's try to make it through and then I'll try not to interrupt too much.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay, at least she says I don't know. She probably should have just stopped there.
Algorithmic recommendation as opposed to what?
As opposed to like Substack, Patreon, you voluntarily opt in.
Whoa. Substack and Patreon both do have algorithmic content recommendation. What on earth are you talking about? What are
like he's explaining it very clearly here. Again, I don't know. It's so sus. I feel like she's paid. I'm almost positive that Taylor is paid by, I don't know if it's through a media or somebody else, to do these types of weird shills for certain big tech. Like, she's very much against a lot of internet regulation stuff in very sus ways, in ways that are almost like unique to her. Like any form of regulating stuff to children. Like obviously there's the online ID stuff, which I'm sympathetic towards, but even when it came time to, I think there was laws passed that like prohibit teenagers from having phones in schools or whatever. Like even on that, she like comes out really hardcore against it on Twitter and shit, which is just very weird to me.
What are you talking about? Also, opt in. You can subscribe to someone on YouTube and opt in.
That doesn't matter though. See, like Taylor just, again, she's either evil or she just doesn't know what she's talking about here. Subscriptions on YouTube just don't really matter anymore. It doesn't really at all. I don't know if YouTubers still push for like, make sure to like and subscribe. Maybe they do because it helps a little bit. But it, like, man, fuck. I wish I could bring like 10 big YouTubers in here to talk about the change on how subscriptions work over the past 10 years. Like before, being subscribed to somebody was really important because that's the only way you would see their content. You would subscribe, and then when they post a new video, it would show up chronologically based on post. And then things started to change slowly. You would hear a lot of people say, oh, guys, for some reason, even if you're subscribed, my videos aren't showing up anymore. So make sure you hit the notification thing, guys. I don't know why, but right? Remember when YouTubers used to complain about that? Maybe like 7-8 years ago. And then eventually it got to the point where people just don't even, some people I think still ask for subscriptions, but now it's all about showing up in that For You box. That's the thing that actually matters.
Follow is an opt-in to receive content. A follow on any platform is an opt-in to receive content.
Into a thing, it's not recommended to you. And
no, it is recommended to you.
Hold on.
Oh my God. Guys, we need people on the left to start waking up and educating themselves about technology. Please, please, please.
So that reduces proportionally the sensationalism and the advertising.
No. It does not reduce sensationalism. If he is talking about what I think he's talking about, which is basically like maybe a reverse cron feed where there's no...
Correct. Oh, there you go. You're getting there. Good job. You're getting there. Chronological feeds, we don't have those anymore. Now all of it is algorithmically sorted for maximizing user engagement.
Ranking of the content, that actually incentivizes bad actors because ranking content allows you to downrank inflammatory or harmful content or downrank spams and
advertising.
No. It does not reduce sensationalism. If he is talking about what I think he's talking about, which is basically like maybe a reverse cron feed where there's no ranking of the content, that actually incentivizes bad actors because ranking content allows you to downrank inflammatory or harmful content or downrank spams and scam. If it's just a reverse cron feed.
But nobody uses the algorithmic stuff to just downrank spam. They use it to prioritize, like, this is just stupid. They use it to prioritize what they think you want to see.
It's actually easier to manipulate, and it's going to be filled with more harmful content, and it's going to make it easier to abuse.
But it won't be, because in your chronological feed, the only stuff that would show up there is stuff that you're subscribed to. So how could it be abused by the people that you're subscribed to? It doesn't even make sense what she's saying.
Revenue engine, it doesn't necessarily eliminate extremism, but it means you have to like click in.
What are you talking about? Why would this make it so that you have to click in where, by the way? To a feed, which is inherently algorithmically ranked.
Not necessarily. I mean, today they all are, but.
You're talking about click in.
You gotta opt in.
It's hard not to think that would be good at this point for me. I think it's.
What? It's hard not to think what would be good. Making the entire internet like Google Drive where there's no algorithms. Although actually even in Google Drive, there's algorithms that serve like this idea that like algorithms don't exist. I guess like in true file sharing, like if the entire internet was just like file sharing servers, why would that be good? First of all, you'd be out of a job. Both of you guys would be out of a job if that was the internet. Just to be clear.
Not necessarily at all. That's not necessarily true whatsoever, but okay.
I don't know how
Is the Twitter following tab not chronological? Absolutely not. No. You see and don't see things there unless, well, actually it used to be, I don't know if Twitter has it. It used to be that you could set it to be a chronological feed back when they changed it initially, but I don't know anymore if it's like that. if you're talking about the For You page, that's not a chronological feed of everything.
I don't know. I think that's going to be fought very intensely by the most powerful people in the country.
No, well, maybe the most powerful, like, it would be fought intensely because it's nonsensical. It would destroy the modern internet.
Great.
Thank God it
because
would.
that's what they make a lot of money from it.
So not to...
True.
I agree.
Yeah.
But we are watching with this takeover of TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. I'm trying to chip away at this because I agree. These are the libertarian, like techno-capitalist classes, basically the most powerful people that have existed in human history.
Right.
How are we going to like...
Hold on. For You. I don't even have a sort by... Wait, where do you get that at? If I click Explore, I have a For You tab. I see you have a sort by thing. Click on Following. Wait, where?
I'm back.
Where is Following at? Not on For You. Oh, on Follow?
For You.
Oh, are these mobile? I'm looking on my browser right now. Sorry. I don't know. I'll check my phone library.
Force a law against them.
Yeah.
But they're kind of doing it already with TikTok.
You watching this then, Collins?
What?
You watching this and then Collins?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I'm so confused. I think Josh is like right. By the way, I love Josh. Okay, this is not like Josh hate. He's great. But like, what is he talking about?
May actually put parameters around political speech on social media anyway.
Yeah.
And so there may be a few
does
avenues
TikTok
of
have
attack.
like American... I mean, because I feel like with TikTok, they're able...
This conversation is so triggering. I can't even explain to you how frustrating it is to be a journalist and dedicate your life to reporting on these topics and then have two podcasters start talking about a topic that you know everything about. And they're just like, I don't know. And then it goes out to like millions of people and you're like, oh yeah, no worries. I've only dedicated my like entire life. And to Josh's credit, I was already on Doomscroll. Okay, I've been on Doomscroll. He gave me a platform. But like, why are we asking Natalie about this when she obviously doesn't know anything about it?
Able to sort of frame it as like foreign interference with American media. Where...
Oh, you have to be on Home, not on Explore. You go to Home, and then there's a Following thing. This might be chronologically sorted.
Yes. You know, we have like our own domestic oligarchs.
But this is never used. It's the massive amount of uses on the For You tab.
Defend Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, right? But I do think that, well, I don't know. I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically they trust busted themselves, basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join threads of.
She's right, by the way. She's right. This is an argument for competition and why we should. Okay, she's right.
I mean, I don't think those have the.
None of these are real competitors to Twitter yet. What are the average monthly users for these things?
We have like our own domestic oligarchs who are going to defend Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, right? But I do think that, well, I don't know. I mean, Twitter's kind of a fascinating situation because I feel like Elon Musk took that thing over and basically.
Monthly users? Really?
That's what it says, yeah. Daily
trust
active
busted
users
themselves.
on mobile devices.
Basically, right? Like they completely unforced, like created all these other Twitters that you can join threads of.
She's right, by the way. She's right. This is an argument for competition and why we should. Okay,
Is Taylor in favor of any internet regulation at all? Does anybody know if she's ever made an argument in favor of any regulation whatsoever?
Right.
I mean, I don't think those have the.
Not yet.
Yeah. I mean, the other problem is that like the thing about that algorithm is it's like they really are. They're selling us crack. They really are.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, so we're gonna do the addiction stuff.
She hates talking about internet addiction because I think she's probably unhealthily addicted
She's
to
a
her
fucking
own
addict.
fucking shit. Yeah, she'll go. I guarantee you, she's about to talk about how internet addiction is not a real thing. There is no DSM-5 entry for internet addiction. That's just fake. That's not a real thing. And
by the way, if you want to push Taylor Lorenz to like a breaking point, start asking her like, hey, what do you think? What about laws that have to do with regulating sites like Kiwi Farms? Are you in favor of that or not? And then that's when all of the facade really starts falling the fuck apart, because then it's like, well, in that case,
has she ever argued in favor of that?
Sorry, in favor of what?
Regulating Kiwi Farms legally?
She's very weaselly about the answer.
Huh.
Let's be honest. Twitter, anyway.
Okay.
And it's partly because of the chaos and the. I mean, I find Blue Sky boring.
That's honestly, I kind of like what she's saying. No hate to Blue Sky, but Twitter is more engaging than Blue Sky, with all due respect to Blue Sky. And I'm a big believer in Blue Sky. I actually want the federated model of social media to persist. The problem is Blue Sky is such a small, it's kind of such an echo chamber that it doesn't, she's correct that Twitter is more interesting. There's just more interesting figures on there. But
does Blue Sky have the federated model? Is that true?
No, that's Mastodon.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like you can run your own server, so you can be like,
yeah, that's messy.
Like the old IRC servers, right?
I wish we could have a real substance. I wish I could teleport myself into this conversation and be like, wait, guys, can we actually talk about this?
It is boring.
It's
yeah.
boring.
Yeah. I also don't believe that if a platform is predominantly leaning in one political direction, that we should just send all of the liberals and leftists over the blue sky. I think you actually need to have those voices in the right-wing dominated platform like Twitter. And I picked this up from Ro Khanna, actually. I wasn't sure that this was an actual thing that people are going to move forward with, but it does seem like there's legislation around it, and I'm kind of...
I hope he didn't pick up the Section 230 repeal from Ro Khanna, because Ro Khanna was saying that. And then from what I heard from an inside source is that he'd pulled back and was stopping to say that. But if Ro Khanna is saying that again, guys, I'm about to go so freaking hard on Ro Khanna's office if he's back on the Section 230 bullshit. Hopefully he's not. I talked to kind of a big time CEO of a non-evil tech company recently who is an OG internet person, and he was like, I think I explained to Ro Khanna how the internet works, but the fact that Josh is citing him here makes me nervous. And also it just shows that a lot of people on the left are just taking, they're getting their tech policy from old, out of touch, I mean, Ro Khanna's not that old, but certainly out of touch, political people. We need to be getting our tech policy from technologists that are on the left. We need to be building our own tech policy. We should be holding the politicians accountable and saying, where's your data privacy reform? Where's your what are you doing about the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act? How are we going to reform that so that Meta can't stop abusing it to shut down every competitor? When are we going to get true antitrust action against these companies? That's what we should be pushing the lawmakers for. Instead, the left doesn't push lawmakers to do anything with tech. They kind of just ignore tech, or again, they promote right-wing nonsense about tech. Not saying that that's what Josh is doing here, but that is kind of some of the stuff that it sounds like in this conversation. And then what we're at, then we're like, oh, I guess we're going to go with Ro Khanna's tech policy. By the way, Ro Khanna represents Silicon Valley. I don't think Ro Khanna is necessarily interested in holding a lot of big tech accountable. He literally represents Silicon Valley.
I put the now 8 years of my adult life into this kind of research and material and the Gen Z social media interviews.
Blue Sky is decentralized, not federated, not sure the difference. What do you mean? There aren't Blue Sky servers?
I did.
For people that don't know, by the way, Josh actually has done amazing research, talking to young radicalized men online, or maybe just young radicalized people online. So that's what he's talking about, is 8 years of research. He's done a lot on that.
I think that we need to get upstream of this process, and this is kind of the best thing that has come across my desk recently, because I think it is basically Brandolini's law. If we're trying to fight the right, what can we actually do in this space? It's clearly 90% dominated by them. We have to pull different levers.
Okay, but if you pull Section 230, you entrench the far right's power forever.
Not necessarily.
If you repeal Section 230, then you have platforms. But let's not forget, the reason the right has power online is because of FOSTA SESTA, in large part because of FOSTA SESTA, which was passed in 2018. And since under FOSTA SESTA, vast swath, all the LGBTQ content, progressive content has been mass deplatformed. There was a great story in The Advocate today about how Meta has used these child safety laws and used Section 230 reform threats to remove lesbian content off Instagram. So I need to call Josh and have it out with him, because what the hell is he talking about? I hope he's not still talking about Section 230. Repealing Section 230 is certainly not going to. Then you're totally screwing yourself. You have just completely abdicated your power.
Yeah, well, the idea of regulating, I think that some kind of increased regulation of social media probably would be massively beneficial if it were done by the right people. I guess I'm always somewhat anxious about anything that counts as feels like censorship.
Okay, I take back the mean stuff I said about Natalie, if I ever said anything about Natalie, although I don't support her Israel stuff, but that's good. Maybe she can speak out against censorship.
Fear of it. But I don't know, they're already doing censorship.
Yes, they're doing censorship because of these laws, and you guys are trying to put fire on the censorship efforts. We should fight the censorship efforts.
That's the problem. They're already
they're already doing it because of laws like FOSTA SESTA, the first major amendment to Section 230. That's the whole point, you guys. That's why we need to dismantle these laws.
And I wouldn't
dismantle the bad laws, right? Dismantle things like FOSTA SESTA, not dismantle protections like Section 230.
Want this to happen under the Trump administration?
No.
But
we don't want it to happen under the Democrat administration either, by the way. Look at what Biden did. Look at the mass deplatforming of disabled people that Biden did to force narratives about COVID, to make everybody believe that the pandemic magically disappeared. I wrote a story for the Washington Post.
My guess is there are probably instances where there were unfortunately targetings of things that weren't supposed to be targeted, that my guess is they all got rolled back, but I could be wrong on that. So when it comes to regulating lesbian stuff is actually really difficult because unfortunately, because all the society is run by men, lesbian is basically exclusively associated in the mainstream with porn. So if you I think you can get away a little bit more with labeling stuff as gay as being kind of non-pornographic, but if there's a lesbian tag on something, it's almost always associated with porn. I think even on Reddit there was this issue that, I could be wrong, but I think the gay subreddit is, I think, just for gay people to talk, but I think the lesbian subreddit is a porn one. Somebody can double check that, I don't know. But I know that used to be a complaint that lesbians had on Reddit for a while. So my guess is Instagram was banning lesbian Instagram accounts because there was a lot of porn there, and maybe some legitimately lesbian people got just caught up in that ban or something. Yeah. Would be my guess. Same thing with related to COVID, maybe some disabled people got caught up or something is my guess.
But the Biden administration pressured these tech companies to literally remove content from actual scientists and actual disabled people and doctors, medical experts saying, hey, by the way, COVID is airborne.
advancing a proactive politics for the left, maybe that should be part of the 2028 platform, right?
No, maybe
jobs
should.
guarantee and repeal 230 for platforms.
No. Oh my God. They are talking about Section 230. Okay, yeah, maybe, yes, guys. Hey, guys, for 2028, why don't we make the Heritage Foundation's, why don't we make the core piece of the Heritage Foundation's tech policy slate, which is repealing Section 230, why don't we adopt that on the left for 2028? Are you guys crazy? Are you insane? Have you thought about this for more than 2 seconds? What the heck are you talking about? Why would you adopt the f***ing crown jewel of the Heritage Foundation's tech policy platform, and not just the Heritage Foundation? You are talking about the far-right Christian fundamentalists that have been trying to get Section 230 repealed literally since 1997. Literally since 1997. You are talking about morality and media, the Heritage Foundation, all of these far-right groups. They have been...
She's just... This is retarded. I don't know. Okay. All right.
You ready?
Yeah, let me see real quick if there's anything else.
Oh, they're going to be good today.
Oh, boy. Hold on.
But I'm going to sip from the blood of the Forsaken. This is real human blood. You can find this at the InfoWars store. This is a human blood curated from the Forsaken and the sinners. All right, this is pure premium blood, tested, FDA unapproved. And this is just human blood. As part of my satanic ritual, I am a servant to Satan, and thank God I was able to get him and the Lord to sit down and come to their senses and get things back to before Satan was cast into hell. So,
Jesus.
Problem?
The InfoWars was bought by The Onion. I don't know how regularly their broadcasts are, but yeah.
I think they just got control of it, like the past few days.
But I don't know if they're planning on doing like a daily show, weekly show, or...
Oh, they should. It'd be fucking awesome.
And the Democrats start screaming, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. I'll tell you one thing. They got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say.
Jesus.
They are so bad. They are so bad. It's true. Affordability. It's the first time I heard the word. I'm 2 days in, and I watch this sleazebag, one of these crazy congressmen, get up, and he's being interviewed. He said, affordability, prices are too high. I've just got there. But we brought prices way down. They gave us tremendously high prices, and they'll give them to you again. They take over.
Ask Jeeves is gone. Rip.
No. What is Ask Jeeves?
Shut the fuck up, Zoomer. It was an old search engine. Back in the day, there were like 5 search engines that you could legitimately go to. It was like Yahoo, Google, Ask Jeeves,
Alta Vista, Metacrawler.
You guys are booming out right now.
Metacrawler was the best of them all, by the way.
Yeah, they were back in the day.
I mean,
Alta Vista was good, though.
The wonderful country. It's a beautiful country. You should try it sometime. Somalia. It's a beautiful place. It's got no government. It's got no military. It's got no anything. It's got one thing that's really strong, crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other. It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here, and Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of her? She heads it. And think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good. They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world, and we got some beauties out there, but it's the worst. And then she comes here from Somalia, and she tells us how to run the United States of America. She says, the Constitution gives me certain rights. Gives me certain rights. And I demand that I be given these rights. Get the hell out. What a phony. And then she married a brother to come in. I don't know, you're not. But I would imagine they're looking at her. I have nothing to do with it. I would imagine. Of course I have nothing to do. I have nothing, but I believe she married her brother, which is totally illegal. Although it's a lovely couple, actually, but it's a little bit on the illegal side. Darling, I love you very much.
I don't think that's true at all. It's just like a meme that people keep repeating. But, okay.
Good night, brother. Let's go to bed.
Jesus. Imagine shitting on a whole country, too, as a U.S. president, just relentlessly shitting.
That's our president.
I can't stand watching. I can't stand. Did you see last month, she accidentally checked the wrong box and said she was worth $38 million. And law enforcement came after her for that. And then all of a sudden she was worth less than $80,000. And she said it was accounting. It was an accounting error. It was not a very good accountant, was it? No. Their whole life is based on fraud and a scam. The whole thing is a scam. And we ought to get those people the hell out of our country.
U.S. citizen, by the way. Ilan Omar, uneducated person from crime-ridden, horrible country, by the way, speaks English a million times better than his import bride, by the way. But the First Lady of the United States, by the way, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that fucking... Is it Scott Jennings or whatever? That guy's mind is getting fried.
Oh, he's cooked.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
He's having a bad set.
Jesus. A pro-AI dark money group backed by a powerful super PAC funded by execs tied to Palantir and OpenAI. Holy shit. A pro-AI dark money group. What does pro-AI mean? Do they exclusive? Is that like their main issue? A pro-AI dark money group. Who's it backed by? Well, it's backed by a very powerful PAC. What does the PAC stand for? I don't know, but it's funded by execs. Execs of what? Well, I don't know, but they're tied to Palantir and OpenAI. Holy fucking slop. Holy slop headline on that. Jesus Christ.
She fit in all the buzzwords.
Well, it's just like...
I read that shit.
What?
There's the link. I want to see how retarded this is, because it seems...
Well, I'm just saying the tie here is like... I'm pretty sure you could tie people to Hitler with less connections than that. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's the equivalent of the track APAC shit. It's like, oh, you donated Hillary Clinton? Hillary Clinton was also donated to by this guy who donated to here.
Who saw Hitler, who, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this was vague yesterday. Sorry. They attached, apparently Abby submitted another affidavit, and they attached a new screenshot that's the same one as before, but it's like got another message on the bottom. And the other message is like, I've never said this to anybody else before, or something like that. So maybe to give them a reason why she never told anybody. I don't know. It's fucking retarded. I don't know. I don't even know if they're allowed to submit anything new at this point, but we'll see, I guess.
That was crazy. You just typed that and then you went to bed.
I just saw it and
You
it
just
was
dipped
fucking
out.
retarded. I don't even know, dude. Get me out of here. Okay, quick Darius clip and then fuck it, do our call-ins.
I know you want to break character. I'm gonna beat you. I won.
There's no fucking cocksucking way.
Mog calculator?
It's like an AI thing that calculates how beautiful you are and then, you know, determines if you mogged him or not.
Damn. He got mogged. Oh, Moggle? All right, let me use the restroom. We'll do it. Hold on one sec.
Hey, everyone. We got some new merch out. If you go to destiny.gg/store, or you could go to shrimple.as. You can buy the anything else merch if you'd like. Very pog, very good.
If you send me a picture of you wearing that shirt, I'll send you a picture of my cock.
Well, now no one's going to buy it.
If you want that.
Okay, there we go. I think we've sold 120 orders earlier in a day. 175 items sold, 117 orders, and that was at 9 a.m. Bye. Our stocks are at an all-time high.
Ooh, that's a good...
And I'm your guy.
That's a good song. I want to listen to that, the Backstreet Boys.
Bye.
Oh, wait, that's NSYNC. God damn it.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Ow. Can you make sure to drag in Sherveen? Yeah, I probably will, but he's fucking, you know. He's a fucking yapper, man. Oh, dude, the mug is actually 20 ounces. It's fucking huge. It's the biggest streamer mug I've ever seen. And I'm a big mug guy. Yeah.
I haven't gotten it yet. Wait, do you have the shirt? Have you worn it yet?
Yeah, I'm wearing it right now.
Whoa. You got to show chat.
I'll show him tomorrow.
What? Now? We got the time. They're going to want to buy right now.
I can't because my cam's on his stream right now.
No, just take a picture and post it to Imager. Right now. Post in chat. Come on.
No, I don't. I'm not looking pretty today, man.
It's fine. It's fine. Cut off your head then. Yes. WCat.
You're gonna love this.
Wait, that's not bad. Yay, look at that. That's the white one. The beige one looks...
I don't think the white one exists because you told him not to do too many colors.
So that's
this is a Mutant exclusive, yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, fuck the white one. The beige one and the black one.
Looking slimmer? I'm down to 200 pounds today. Tomorrow, I'll probably see 199.
199
Considering
what?
you're 5
Pounds?
feet, it's a lot of effort to go through.
What are you talking about?
What
You
are
want a
talking
Jew joke?
Whoa.
Sure.
Whoa.
I bet you won't tell one.
So this one time I walked into a bank. It was owned by a Jewish guy.
Okay. Usually they're owned by Irish.
I said, that's ironic.
Why would that be ironic?
Oh, I'm trying to drag you out. Why can't I drag? Oh, there we go.
Good one.
Okay.
Thank you, XX Badass Lightning Wizard. Welcome, tier 5 sub.
What's up?
How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yep.
Well, not loud, but clearly, yes.
Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, God.
No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Why are they so quiet? Can they
Is
hear
it good
us?
now?
Yeah,
Better now, yeah.
I guess.
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
what's up?
Hi, what's up?
Are you Filipino?
What?
I'm not Filipino. Yep. Yep, hello. Hi, Destiny. You'd hit the blue button, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, wait. Give me a second.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose it today.
Oh, sorry, I had your stream on. Okay. So, yes, you're pressing the blue button?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna change your mind.
Okay.
Okay? I have 2 premises, and I hope to establish that voting blue does not actually affect the outcome of the election meaningfully, and it's mega brain dead to vote blue. Okay?
Okay.
So first, I want to make sure you understand what I'm talking about, so I'll read the dilemma and make sure we're talking about the same thing, okay? So everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of the people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? And that's from Wait But Why on X. Okay?
Okay.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, my first premise is that voting only matters if there's a tie. This is the hardest part of my argument to establish. Okay. So say there's 8,003 people voting, including you. So voting definitely matters if there's a tie. Obviously, if 4,001 people vote red and 4,001 people vote blue, your vote is the only one that changes the outcome. If you vote red, the red tally becomes 4,002 and red wins. If you vote blue, the blue tally becomes 4,002 and blue wins. Do you agree?
I agree
So
with the things that you said. I don't agree with the present premise, but you're establishing the premise. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, what if it isn't a tie? This is really easy to figure out. So, say R means the amount of people that voted red, and B means the amount of people that voted blue. Are you familiar with absolute in math?
Yeah. Distance from 0.
Okay. Yeah. When absolute R minus B equals 0, your vote matters. And I'm going to link a little calculator I made on Desmos. So, could I do that in your chat? Where do I do that?
I mean, I can. I think I understand if there's a difference in votes, right?
Yeah, right. So your vote just doesn't change the outcome. Shit. Hold on. Wait, give me a second. My monitor is being very Jewish. Hold on.
You can't say that.
Like, sorry.
Only I
take it
can say
back.
that.
Could you say it for me?
Why would is your monitor trying to take money from you? See,
No.
I
Pop up.
See, I can make
Hold
that
on.
joke. You can't make
Wait,
that
hold on.
joke.
Okay. Sorry. Sure. So, I mean, the calculator sort of helps me with this, but
Can you just share your screen then? Share your screen and show us.
Sure. Give me a second.
You're so bad at explaining this. The thing he should be saying is that there's a lot of fucking people on Earth, and the odds that your vote is going to be the deciding
I'll get it.
vote,
That's the second.
if it's
the second
red
premise.
or blue, is so.
That's the second
small.
fucking
It's
premise.
one
Shut up.
in like
Shut up.
600 billion.
Shut up. Okay. Sharing my screen. Look. You see this? You see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can sort of play around with this. Fuck. Okay. So if the output's 1, your vote matters. Shrimple as. So we could put it at 4001 and you'll see right here that it's 1. And this is the same thing for larger populations. If it's a tie, you change the outcome of the vote, and if it's not a tie, you don't. Okay. You still disagree?
Chat, we're looking at a math.
I don't. I don't know why we needed a graph for this. I understand.
I'll tell you right now.
You don't need the graph. You just
this
need the
is
math
why engineers need product managers. Just so
True,
you know, in
true.
case the engineers think they can do everything,
True.
this is why. It
This
solves
is the type of products they build. Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are your thoughts?
Keeps going.
Well, I mean, in general, when it comes to like moral principles, I would hope that these are universalized throughout society. So I would never make a statement like whether or not I do this action only matters if I am like the one deciding vote on this particular thing. Like whatever thought process I have, I would hope as many other people as possible emulate that thought process or universalize that moral principle. Otherwise, you can make the same argument for not voting or not participating in anything where you don't have more of an effect than the next person does.
Yeah, I think it's dumb to vote. So there's, I mean, okay, I'll move on to the next premise. And I'll show this and we can come back to that. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Wait.
You think it's dumb to vote like in real life?
Yes.
As well?
Yeah, like in real life. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the same reason. You're making a choice. You're not voting for other people. Of course, I would want blue to win, or I would want, Kamala Harris to win, but me voting does not actually change that. And if you're making a choice on whether or not you vote, what matters is the effect of your choice, not the effect of your choice if everyone else emulated that. Okay?
I mean, I don't think I agree with that, but okay.
Well, what's the effect of your vote if you vote blue?
Well, I don't think it's just the vote. I think I would say it's the thought process and everything else behind it as well. And then what you would advocate for publicly as well.
Oh, you don't get time to advocate. You just
Yeah,
get
that's
shown
right.
the option.
I'd say it happens immediately. So.
Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of what would you rather be in the woods with when you ask it to a woman. You're like, a white man, a random white man, or a bear? And they're like, I'm not sure. It's just completely performative. Because I guarantee you, every person, if you ask them this and it was on the spot and they had the answer, the only answer is red. The only answer is red.
Sure.
And everyone that
Sure.
says blue is performative.
All right. So by the thought process behind it, you mean making that choice out of a moral perspective is good. You're not making the choice based on what the outcome will be for other people or for yourself. It's really just what you care about. It's the fact that you want to save a bunch of people. Is that it?
Yeah. You would be, this is the thing that you would advocate for. This is the more position that you hope most other people in
There's no
society would share.
advocating.
Yeah.
There's no advocating.
Dan, this is Steve's time, please.
He's
let
objection.
him.
Yeah, I just don't really get it. I think if I'm in this box, I'm pressing red. I think
And then you lie
because you're saving
and say
yourself.
you press blue.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
same
that's
for
what I would
elections.
do.
I think if maybe, say if you advocate for Kamala Harris, maybe 100 people are going to vote. But so it still wouldn't matter then. So we could figure out the probability of a tie between two candidates on a ballot by using the binomial tie probability theorem.
All
Okay?
right, stop. If it's more math,
So-
this is, I don't understand why you, no, actually, never mind. Okay, we're done. Pick him out. This is a troll. Go.
No.
Okay.
He's gone. That was a tier 5.
Nice.
Thank you.
He said no a
Who
lot
was
of
it in
times,
chat?
though.
Who was this in chat?
I have no idea. I just know that they were tier 5.
Well, how are they able to join if it's not a? Or how do you? They don't have the name.
They're
That's
smart. But now we don't remember.
Well, they just had some. I don't remember this retard's name. He had a stupid name. It was like XX something 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 something.
Okay.
XX Pussy Slayer. 69.
Joffrey Skywalker. Very nice name, my friend.
Hey, what's up?
Oh my god.
Even better microphone.
All right. Hey, what's up, man? Go ahead.
You hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. Loud and clear.
All right, I want to talk. Okay, I want to talk to you about the debt, the deficit, and why we don't need to raise the retirement age. We just have to stop electing Republicans.
Okay.
So I think in the past you've advocated for potentially a need to increase the retirement age. I think we increased it last in the 1980s. I don't think we need to do that. We really just need to go back to the pre-Bush tax structure, and then do the reforms for the IRS to decrease the tax gap. There's no need to fuck with the retirement age. We just got to stop getting these Republicans in with horrible tax systems and needless tax cuts.
Okay.
Do you agree with that? We don't need to raise the retirement age. We just have to stop.
It would just come down to the numbers. I don't know, whatever the numbers are. Sure, if the numbers work out that way, then sure.
Okay, so it's hard to say for sure, but we can probably get $800 billion per year by going to pre-Bush tax. So that's the pre-2001 and pre-2003 tax decreases that Bush did. So that's $800 billion per year, and then it's like $300 to $600 billion per year for doing for decreasing the tax gap. So the tax gap is like $600 billion per year, but you probably wouldn't get all of that necessarily. But if you significantly reduce it, you can get up to $600 billion per year. So that's over $1 trillion. And then I think most experts don't think that you need to you don't need to balance the U.S. budget. You really just need to get our deficit to under 2% of GDP. So right now, I think we're significantly above that. And I mean, who knows when Trump leaves? But right now, at least, if we were to count on some growth in the U.S. economy, and then we were to also implement the two things that I just suggested, and then maybe, I don't know, probably cut ICE maybe, or even mildly reduce defense spending, I think you get there using significantly less painful measures than by doing something like increasing the rate of the age of retirement. The other thing about increasing the age of retirement is that you don't get as much money as you think you're going to get, because you'd have to raise it not just by like 1 year, but raise it significantly. So right now we have what is the retirement age?
So
it's like
65?
65.
Yeah. Well, it depends on like just taking Medicare versus taking Social Security. It's different for those two things. But we already did increase the retirement age once in the 1980s. And I mean, we're still in the same position. And we already have a retirement age that's greater than most European countries. So it's weird to me that the first thing we're going to is, we need to raise the retirement age and do this really maximally painful thing that the entire U.S. electorate doesn't like. That is, that's a lifestyle that will impact the lifestyle and millions of old people, but we can't implement like mildly responsible tax policies first. Like it feels like we're going to like the hardest, most painful thing before we've implemented like other like no-brainer reforms. And this is even before we get to do any more creative tax things, like I don't know, doing some sort of like increasing capital gains. Like we could increase capital gains a bit for like 30 billion per year or something. I think per year of retirement age you increase, you get like close to 100 billion per year is about what you get.
Okay.
So do you agree with that? We should not raise the retirement age. We should do other reforms first.
Sure.
100%. We should not raise the retirement age.
Okay.
Okay, so
what
you agree.
what do you think my position on the retirement age is?
I think your position is maybe we should raise the retirement age, maybe not. But I think you kind of go. I don't think I've heard you give like a strong stance.
Yeah,
on
my
we should
position is
definitely not
my
raise the
position.
retirement age.
Well, no, because I don't have that stance. My position is that like that maybe that's the only way to shore up like Social Security or whatever. And insofar as if that were the only way, then I guess maybe that's what we have to do. But if you're telling me that like by rolling back the Trump tax cuts or maybe even going back to a pre-Bush era tax structure that we could afford it, why would I say no to that? Do you think I just want to raise the retirement age because I'm evil and I hate old people, or?
No, not necessarily. I don't think that at all. I just think it's maybe. I just think it's a factual thing.
Well, sure, but I mean, like, you're telling me this. Like, I haven't seen the numbers. I don't know what the. But I mean, if you could raise enough money without touching the retirement age, then obviously that would be highly preferable, right?
Okay, but I'm not just trying to get you to agree to the hypothetical. I'm trying to get you to agree to it in reality.
Well, but I don't have the numbers in front of me. I mean, taking everything you've just said to be true, if that would be enough to address our debt and deficit, then yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay. What do you? Okay. I guess I don't have any. I can't prove to you. I think you could just. I think any cursory Google search will show the tax. I think you've given the tax gap, and then the 800 billion one is a little bit more iffy, but I think that's a fairly strong claim. Just because we cut taxes by so much, but okay.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
All right. I love you.
Thank
Be
you.
careful.
Disagreement after that.
Jory.
Yo.
Your mic sounds good. Let's go.
Is it actually or you're trolling?
No, it's good.
You're good.
Okay, sick. Yo, so I was wondering, what is like your actual take about Section 230? Is it like, are you trolling half the time, or?
I don't know what in reference to what.
Like, do you like unironically believe we should just get rid of 230 for people who have like algorithmic feeds like YouTube?
Maybe. I think the For You thing, when it comes to like news and media, I think has been one of the most destructive things. Like, I don't know if our country can survive that technology. So if the way to combat that is by repealing Section 230 protections from companies that have it, then my guess is they would probably just get rid of algorithmically generated content feeds, and that would solve that problem. That would be my take on it.
Yeah, it's tough. I just don't know how, if you have that, like, I think YouTube's For You, at least for now, has like worked decently well, like compared to Twitter, where it's just like it rewards like the worst behavior. But like if you just have like a blanket thing where it's like 230's gone and now YouTube can't like recommend shit and it's just like a subscriber feed, there's no discoverability. I just don't know how you do that with the massive amount of liability that you put on the table when you get rid of 230 for that.
Well, they wouldn't have. They would still have 230 because they wouldn't have the algorithmically generated For You page.
Right, but you, like, realistically speaking, YouTube doesn't work without.
Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna go. Wait, how old are you?
Yeah, 22.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so I'm bridging the divide here. So way back in the day, we had these things called collaborations and then another thing called word of mouth. So like sometimes when a video was really good, so it's weird for you guys because when you guys see something you like on the internet, what you do is you send the reel or you send the tweet or you send it to your friend and you're like, oh my God, have you seen this? And every single time you do that, they always say, oh yeah, I've seen this and it's funny, because you're never showing your friends new content because they've already seen the exact same shit you've seen because you guys are already on the same algorithms. Back in the day, that wasn't always the case. You would send like your friends things and they hadn't seen them before, and then sometimes they would share it. Sometimes other people would talk about it on their YouTube channels. There are tons of ways to advertise things that don't require a heavily curated algorithm to shove particular content in your face. I think we did it one point in the past. It's not going to be as efficient because obviously having an algorithm read every single word and image on a video and then recommend you exactly what it thinks you want to see is going to be more efficient. But like it is survivable. It's possible. You can do it. Just going to make a little bit less money.
For sure.
Yeah.
I would argue that you could do legislation that actually makes it quite simple, saying, because obviously, for instance, if you want to use Reddit and you subscribe to like the sports section or something, you're only going to want to see sports content. So I think the way that they would put this in practice would probably be something that's you're only allowed to use like a maximum of 3 factors to create someone's algorithm, and that's it. So you could be like, they like sports, they're in the United States, and they're over 18, and that's it. And that would be the only targeting abilities that you could do, as opposed to right now where they have a million factors. Like, well, he also follows Steven on Twitter, and he follows this guy on Twitter, and he follows that guy on Twitter. So probably it would be, I think the safest way of doing it is having a level of restriction of how much targeting could be done, and because there's going to have to be some. Because without any targeting at all, if I go to YouTube, how does it even know to send me like English content or Japanese content, right? It has no fucking idea, right?
Well, so there's a setting in your profile for language.
Okay, what about if I'm logged out?
Blown out.
No. So I'm sorry, if I'm on a computer and I'm a Spanish speaker, and I go to Reddit and I click into something, I should start seeing Spanish content. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, I mean, you can change the language on Reddit to Spanish.
Okay.
Dan, you got cooked.
No, it's silly, right? Like
back to the YouTube example. I kind of the issue with that, Dan, is like if you were to do it would have to be like purely like the uploader tags the video as like this is a sports video, right, or something like that, and then it goes on the sports list because it couldn't be algorithmically determined, right? Or you're saying you would allow like specific algorithms, like very limited ones, to retain 230?
I mean, I would say, like, if it was my suggestion, because I do think Steve's right, that it's too much right now, and that, like, Steve was talking the other day, like, his entire Twitter feed was nothing but, like, anti-Hassan SLOP, for instance. I think that that's a problem. And I think the solution to that is that websites only have a certain level and number of options that they can do for targeting that For You section. Like, right now, they can get extremely narrow and be like, okay, he's liked this, he hasn't liked this, he did this, he didn't like that, all those things. And I think the solution to that is just having them go much more generic, which as a result of going more generic, I think lets them still get mostly what they're looking for, but also doesn't allow them to do the outrage click farming.
Yeah, I feel like there just has to be a easier solution. Like I don't know it, so obviously I would say it, but like there's got to be a better solution than like you get rid of all algorithms or like you do like tagging stuff. Because Dan, while I like kind of like your solution, it's like it's gonna be so impossible to like legislate. And Destiny, you would admit that like you would lose a shit ton of discoverability if like your way got passed. Like even newer people on the market, like newer YouTubers or whatever, would like. Yes, you could manually share videos between people, but like, how do you ever like find the first video? It would literally fucking turn into Twitch with like no discoverability at all. And like, I think discoverability is what makes YouTube's like.
Well, like the whole internet used to be like this, right?
Yes, but like YouTube even back then had a homepage, right? It was like what, the top videos.
Yeah, but the homepage
like
would be it could be top videos on YouTube at the time, or it could be like on a hot recommendation like Reddit, but but it's also going to heavily be influenced by what you're subscribed to.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I really
used to
like
curate our own algorithms by clicking the subscribe button.
I mean, that's not a bad idea, what Moot Dan's saying. Like, that's kind of Reddit. You almost make your own algorithm a little bit based on what you subscribe to, right? Like, if I only subscribe to the 49ers Reddit, that's all the content that I'm going to see, and I won't see anything else. So it's not a bad idea to let users...
I mean, you do that when you join Twitter. It says, like, oh, what are you into? And then you pick, like, 10 things or whatever, and then you continue on.
It's meaningless, right?
Yeah.
Because it's going to push fucking Elon down your throat, regardless.
Twitter, I don't know what you need to do to Twitter, because I don't, like, regardless of your position, Destiny, I don't think 30 is actually going to go. I don't think that's, like, it's just not possible. There's too many people who lobby for it to... I'm not saying like lobbyists in a bad way, you know what I mean, but like it doesn't make sense to get rid of it, I don't think. But I think there needs to be something specifically done with Twitter. Have you guys seen like the unmarked ads that happen on Twitter, your feed now? There's like I keep getting when who was it, the Trump assassination thing, there was like 40 in my like regular following feed, there was like posts from conservative influencers saying like Trump is a hero, the left tried to kill Trump, like a bunch of these like ads. They weren't marked at all, had no label. The only like way you could tell is it doesn't have like a time on it, and that shit needs to fucking go.
Really?
I don't.
Okay, yeah, that's bad.
I mean, that's incredibly bad, but I feel like that's probably a mistake versus a intentional thing.
It's promoted tweets. If you promote
I understand that, but they say promoted tweet on them.
No, not on Android at least. I don't know. And then on web, I don't think they do either.
I mean, there was probably a bug. Is what I'd have to guess.
Good call.
We love you, buddy. Be careful.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. Ciao.
Damn. What do you want, Radiant? Oh wait, prying mind drained.
Yeah, it was me. I'm sorry. Hello? Can you hear me?
Christy, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, Moot and Destiny. All right, I'm gonna get straight to the questions. I have two meta questions. One of them, Moot already knows what it's gonna be, but the first one is, what do you, Destiny, think that the purpose of my call-ins is? And that's because I'm not quite sure if you know what my purpose of me joining here every single week almost is.
Well, to give me more effective rhetorical tools to convince people of whatever ideas I'm trying to convince them of.
to get stuff posted?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not. Okay, so it's like 50% of disagreement, but it's not so much disagreement on the ideology, and it's like more like you have like an 8x scope on your M416 when it comes to like ideology, and then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you like a 16x scope. It's not so much that like
Rust player
maybe
spotted.
maybe it's going to fit on the M416. Maybe you're going to land a better shot, but that's what I'm trying to get here. I'm not trying to join here to like troll or like stall forever and like whatever the fuck. That's my main point here, and I generally do have.
Let's
like
get to the question.
Yeah, all right. So the question: would you be down to having a one-on-one convo? And I will explain why. It's because I'm painfully self-aware that I'm kind of sneakoing the entire chat and kind of the rest of the call-inners. But I do have like genuinely like 50 different questions that have been on my mind that I've been meaning to ask you. And that will probably take like 6 months worth of call-ins. I could do that. I can keep calling in, but I don't know if chat likes that idea. So, you know, I'm also trying to keep in mind that
Do you want to talk to him one-on-one?
Yeah.
Off stream?
On.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it generally doesn't matter.
Well,
I'm fine with
right
off-
here.
It'd be funnier if
focus
it was
on
off
one.
stream.
Well, he's at
We'll keep doing one call in per.
That's
one
what I
question
said.
per
All right,
call,
get to
yeah.
your question now.
All right. Next one. Why do you think Asmongold doesn't want to debate you?
Because it's only negatives. There's nothing to gain from doing that.
So, remember when I said, like, a few call-ins back, that he himself is a vulnerable NPD type? I genuinely think that when it comes to Asmongold, I don't think this is more like a protecting his... I mean, he does kind of want to protect his narrative, but not for the reasons like most right-wingers would want to. I genuinely believe that Asmongold wants to protect his own ego, and I have a little bit of a conspiracy theory. Remember when he had that debate with like Hassan on like Israel-Palestine in 2024?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think happened? Why he got banned? I genuinely think that he went to Dan Clancy to ban his ass so that he doesn't appear a weak pussy for having his ego destroyed and not wanting to stream because his ego got so destroyed by fucking Hassan of all people. he got hold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but definitely not. I think it was definitely because I think the comment was too far about how they should. It was basically a genocide all Palestinians comment is how it was interpreted. Yeah.
Yeah, that might have also helped, but it's just a little bit of a conspiracy theory. Okay, about Hassan, have you seen that one clip with like the guy Your Rage, was it?
Yeah.
Where he talked like he was on stream.
Mhm.
Remember? Okay, so remember when I told you that like when it comes to Hassan, you should always consider he's also a NPD type, like not narcissistic, actual NPD. Remember when I said that when it comes to Hassan, I genuinely think that his narcissistic ego comes first and foremost. Remember, like what he like. If you can recall the clip, do you remember what Your Rage has asked Hassan? Like, and what Hassan has replied when he asked, "How can you do these news broadcasts on stream all that long?" Remember what Hassan has said?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing you want to get to the point that one of the things he brought up was viewership.
Yes, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But more so, he the way that Hassan has expressed that, it was something along the lines of, what did it say? Oh, well, I have to do these news segment because 10,000 people would just leave.
Yeah,
Like, that's what he said. Mm-hmm. That goes to show what his actual priority list is when it comes to, like, talking about the news or these podcasts. It's like, ego-stroking first, and, like, why do you think that like Hassan and Asmongold want to fucking stream despite the fact that they're filthy rich? Why do you think that is?
Well, why do they still stream? I mean, they like the attention and they like
exactly. That's what a narcissist craves first and foremost. They're more.
But then why does Steve stream?
Well, I mean, Destiny has like goals to achieve, right? Like he has political achievements that he wants to accomplish, right?
Yeah, let's go that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
It's hard to separate out it's hard to separate out the streamer from like the I guess if you're depending on how you view narcissism, because technically every streamer wants more viewership, right?
Yeah, but there is a discrepancy in it. Like it behaves in that like that like need for attention behaves differently when it comes to like an actual diagnosed NPD, because like, let's be honest, everyone is slightly more inclined to be more narcissistic because of the way that the world works. I would be willing to accept that. But like, when it comes to Asmongold and Hassan, like these are not just like your regular old slightly narcissistic people. They are actually NPD. And I mean, even in the email, I have brought up plenty of like proof from videos that they've made years and years ago, where he. Like both of them claim that they don't get empathy. Like it's just
Final
like,
point.
yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, oh yeah, there's one more important, very very big question that I do have, and it's kind of pressing.
Go ahead.
Okay, what do you think that the solution should be to the unfounded entitled expectations that you get when you that you get all that you desire to get by voting in a guy, with the assumption that the guy who's been democratically voted by you will fulfill all of your desires, no matter how outlandish and heinous they are. Think about like the people that said just obey when like Rene Good and Alex Preddy got killed. That is an expression of that, because just obey, translated from what they actually mean, is just give me my fucking all deportations that I want. Just give me what I want. I voted for this. Like even Asmongold himself has said this. Like that was the issue. We voted for this. He didn't, but like we voted for this. I want this. That's how. And it generally bothers me. Like how can you, how are you supposed to address this thing that you can't just get whatever the fuck you want through the democratic process? Like even the most heinous, selfish, outlandish desires. That's generally how Asmongold thinks. That's even before being political. Like he always said, "Oh, why are you protesting on the streets? Oh, you're going to the knockings. Oh, you cast a vote. We get what we want for 4 years." How do you deal with that?
I mean, you would just say that's not how the democratic process works. Just because somebody wins an election doesn't mean they have carte blanche to do literally any possible thing they want. That's a really naive and dumb way of viewing politics.
Yeah, but like I mean, it's obvious that would be the answer, but it's also obvious that would not be enough. Like how are we supposed to like bring the people to the table and like listen, like there are like limits to what you can get from the democratic process. It's not you can just like, I don't know, you expect to get something from voting and you get pissed that you don't get what you voted for.
All right.
I mean, I would repeat that. I guess it depends. I haven't fought somebody who's represented that position to be in a debate before, so. But.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Be careful.
All right, thanks for the discussion. Take care.
See you next week.
All right. See ya.
Sherveen.
Oh no. Hello, Prying Mind, Lucas, Dan, Steven. How's everybody doing?
I'm good.
Oh fuck. Wait, hold on. Let's just sure, as in the word sure, and then veen like bean. Sherveen.
Okay. Sherveen. Sure.
There you go.
Sure thing.
Okay. I think everything with the DNC and Jon Favreau analysis is wrong. What? It's content. It's content. No, but I'm serious. So let's go through.
No, it is, yeah.
Well, it's good for the world. We need to win. You today have been saying that like part of this is just that John might have been bad at that interview. I'm curious, like how much do you fall into, hey, that was poorly executed versus that was too much hit PC versus you don't like it at all? Like where are you now, Steven?
I mean, it was definitely way too much of a hit piece. Like if the goal was to be a hit piece, I think it was well done as a hit piece. I just don't know why we're hit piecing our own people.
Okay, so I think the challenge is whether we think pod save and kind of like the ecosystem counts as part of the democratic infrastructure or not. So I'll start with kind of a notion that we can work from it. Like I think that the credibility crisis on process inside the Democratic Party is real enough, and we can go into like, okay, is it actually what they do or is it just how it's represented? But it's real enough within the base, within people who we want to be part of the base, that addressing it kind of viscerally, which you could say doing a piece on pod save on Ken Martin does is a good thing.
Okay. Just as a quick heads up, because this is this entire conversation is going to be you presenting an idea that you think would be really good to happen. It's going to be me agreeing with the idea, and then it's going to be me stating that while that would be a great idea, that's not what the show was. That's just my.
Okay,
go ahead.
So where do you think we disagree?
I think having challenging interviews is fine. I don't think that was a challenging interview. I think that was literally just a hit piece. I don't think there was any way that Ken Martin could have come out on top of that, given the fact that he corrected John multiple times on facts that he was just completely and totally incorrect about, over and over and over again. And then I think that if that was going to be a super critical interview, one, I'm not entirely sure why we're giving our own super ultra critical interviews unless they're just like explicitly not part of, I guess, the Democratic Party or don't see themselves as part of that. And then three, I think it would have been good for Ken to know that that was the type of thing that he was walking into, because it seems pretty clear that he had no clue that that's what he was walking into.
That last one I agree with. I don't know that I agree with the rest. So, like, hold on. So one of the things that I think is interesting here is like whether or not it's valuable to have infighting. And I think there's some of this is coming from what I can agree with, which is like what the left and Hassan do, which are
just as a
critical.
Heads up, you're about to give a whole bunch of stuff that I agree with, but it's not what happened on the show. But go ahead.
Okay, what do you think happened then? Be very clear.
Well,
I mean,
you just
again,
said it's valuable to have infighting. I'm not going to disagree that some level of infighting is valuable, but that infighting isn't where you ambush the head of the DNC on a relatively.
When you say
popular
ambush, right? He brought up something that Ken Martin said he was going to release. It's also something that if we think about the credibility crisis going on the process side, right? Like keep in mind something about the Democratic Party.
Sure. Ambushing is when you quote mine and then you're setting them up with quotes and you're not even really substantively addressing the responses you're giving you, but you're just moving from one quote to the next. That's like an ambush hit piece style. We should probably literally never be doing hit piece style interviews on our own. You can still have critical interviews without being a hit piece, but.
What do you think is when you say hit piece? What's the difference in a hit piece and a challenging interview? I guess. Is it just that he kept going down a list?
Yeah, on a hit piece, you basically can never win. You're never going to come out of a hit piece looking good by design.
But wasn't Ken Martin's choice the thing that meant he could never win? I don't think that I see another out.
What do you mean?
It's the fact he's not releasing the report and doesn't have good excuses for why. That didn't allow him to.
Well, one, I'm not actually sure if he ever said he was going to release that report publicly now. I don't even think that was true, number one.
It seems like it's true, but I hear you.
Yeah, and then number two.
Hold on, I'll read the quote after.
Sure. We'll read it right now. Fuck it.
I gotta find it. Political Ken Martin. 1 second.
How are you, Prime Mind?
I'm doing okay.
All right. At the time he was questioned why the DNC hadn't released its 2016 autopsy. When he questioned what happened with that, was there any utility in doing that? And then he says, of course it will be released, Martin said in February, referring to a future review of the 2024 election. There has to be some lessons that we glean on that so we can operationalize it, not just here in DC, but through all of the 57 state parties and, of course, the county parties, so people have a sense of what we need to do.
That's very clearly a statement indicating he's going to release it.
To the public?
The only thing you could possibly do is say that, the fact he said lessons in that sentence and said lessons in the John Favreau interview is like the stretch.
Here's the full quote, Stephen, if you want to. And then if you want the article, I can send it to you too.
Hold on. What is he saying when he says, of course, will be released, referring to a future review on the 2024 election? There has to be some lessons that we glean on that so that we can operationalize it, not just here in DC. What does that quote come from?
In comments to reporters, Martin committed to the public release of the 2024 report.
But I'm curious, what was the question before
Can you
him?
pull this up in Discord, Stephen?
Here, I'll send it to you too.
Or somewhere. Yeah. Thank you. This is complete plus one.
Because it sounds like the way that I read when you say there has to be some lessons that we can glean on so that we can operationalize it. That sounds like a party-related thing, not just here in DC, but through all the 57
Hold on,
state
but
parties.
what's I want the same thing as you do. What's the question? But it's an article, so we're not going to see the preceding question. But certainly the way this is framed and the way the DNC has framed this for years has been it's about the full report.
For years?
I mean, this is a discussion that's been ongoing. Yeah, seeing what we're in 2026, so it's not like that.
Oh, sorry, fuck, I forget the fucking time. Never mind, you're right.
Yeah.
It's been years since the election. Well, a year and a half, yeah. I'd be curious what he's responding to. I mean, that would definitely change my perception of it. So like if a reporter said, are we all going to see the autopsy or whatever? And then his response is this, then I'd say, oh, well, here it sounds like he was talking about releasing it to the public. But if it was like, you know, are members of the Democratic Party going to know what was in that autopsy or something like that, then that would change how I would review it. If I give this the worst reading ever, then I would just say that he shouldn't have made this promise. It was a stupid promise to make. But I don't know if it would necessarily change the way I would.
Which, by the way, you also keep saying that like he's gonna, and someone in chat pointed this out, that he said he's gonna release it to certain leaders, and a lot of the people have. I don't know if John was accurate about this. Ken did not refute it. I think the leaders inside the state apparatuses are not getting this report so far either. So he's not half doing the promise at all. Like we're addressing this as if he's like,
well, the report or the I guess the operationalization.
I guess this is the question. So then here's like the big critique that I'm going to make, just like as whatever.
As a quick thing, the reason why it's difficult for you to have this conversation right now is because of how exceptionally dog shit the interview that John gave was, because there would have been good questions. He could have said, you know,
I'm not struggling in this conversation.
Well, no, I'm saying that like when you're to bring up like specifics or anything, like it could have been that John said that, he could have said, well, in North Carolina, they really needed, you know, to rely on this for some race or whatever. And this leader came out and said that he wasn't able to get into contact with you or whatever. Like those would have been really good points to bring up, or asking Ken, like, you know, who have you brought this up to? Who feels like they haven't gotten enough from this? Like those would have been good points to bring up, but because John was doing a hit piece and not an actual interview, we never actually got any of those questions at all. So.
Okay, let's
Here's
embrace
the full quote. I'll just read it out real quick. I sent it to Steve as well. I just want to say that there was a post-election review done many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. The DNC spent a lot of time and money on that. Wasn't even released to the DNC members. So what happened with that, right? Was there any utility in doing that? Of course, it will be released, right? It will be released to our members, and we will have to learn from that. There has to be some lessons that we glean on so that we can operationalize it, not here just in DC, but all in 57 state parties, and of course the county parties, so people, blah, blah, blah. That's the full quote, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, his whole frame is the right frame, which is we should be, as a party, and again, this is the critique, this is the, you know, kind of overarching theme of the Democratic Party going back to basically like the 2012 era, is behind closed doors, decisions happen, analyses are made, and the truth is told, and people only get the sanitized version. I, as somebody who, again, votes for the center-left candidate every single time, wants the center-left candidate to win, fights the Bernie crats all the time, I think this critique ruins a lot of how the party functions, because it's real. It's real that I can't say anything when they go, oh, you know, a lot of the party mechanics happen behind closed doors. We don't have this ability to see what the actual conversation was. We only get the sanitized version. I have to go, yeah, that's true. That's how it's always worked. That's, you know, kind of reasonable for XYZ reason. But then it makes the party, it makes all the establishment portions of the party seem like we're trying to hide something.
Well, no, it doesn't. This is just how
Yes, it does.
No, it's how every single analysis works ever, number one.
So hold on. What does that mean? That's not true. What do you think you're saying there? Because you've said this a few times.
Because typically when there's like an audit or an analysis or something done on a particular thing, the raw like report of that's generated isn't usually sent out to every single person that's going to
You said that, and I don't know what that means, right? So let's go, for example, to like when the RNC has released this report in the past. A very full report is released. So like, I know that you're saying like philosophically in the world of like corporations or politics, there are times when a report does not reveal the fullness of its data, is just like what people put together. That's like philosophically true.
No, sure. We'll go, okay, hold on. We'll go to that just as a real quick thing on this quote before we move on from this quote. It sounds like in this quote, getting the fuller quote here, that this is just about DNC members. It's not about publicly releasing the report, just to be clear. Because reading into more that was said here, there was a post-election review done many, many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. The DNC spent a lot of time and money on it, and it wasn't even released to the DNC members. So what happened with that, right? Was there any utility in doing that? He said on Friday. Of course,
this still hasn't been released to the DNC members. Why are you defending something that hasn't happened as if it, you know, refutes the overall point?
Well, I'm just saying right now I'm refuting that it's going to be.
Yeah, you're just doing apologetics.
No, I'm refuting your point. Did you or did you not claim that that it should be released publicly?
Right, but there's a set of promises not being held. Even if you're right, there's a set of promises.
Question. Did you say that it was going to be released publicly, or it should be released publicly?
Whether or not I did, my point...
Did you say that it was going to be released publicly?
I'm not here to do debate pervetry. My point was that if he makes a set of promises about how the party works, and people have a credibility crisis about the party, where they talk about how process is done behind closed doors, then whether or not it's to the members or to the people, and we want to be clear about the promise, no promise was upheld.
That's great,
no promise.
And you can build another line of argumentation if you want. But you initially talked about it being released publicly, right?
I think it should be released publicly.
That's fine. And so did Ken, or I'm sorry,
yeah,
so did
I don't
John.
need to hold on that point. I don't need to hold on that point.
I agree, you don't have to, so give it.
You don't have to hold on to it, so you can get the point.
We're not talking about that point. We're talking he hasn't even released it to the DNC. So why is it that he's creating more of a process? Hold on. One of the things you're saying here that I think is like, just, this is true.
I'm going to repeat the exact same question. I'm not responding to whatever you're about to say. So if you want to
the
ramble, you can ramble.
DNC receiving this, that promise being upheld, would at least be better than not giving it to the DNC. True or false?
I don't know.
As far as the credibility crisis. Credibility crisis that happens.
For this quote, he was talking about, it seems like he was talking about releasing it to DNC members, right? You're right.
But you're not answering the question.
I'm not. You're right.
Right.
This was
so
about releasing it to DNC members,
if there's a credibility crisis
right?
in the party. If there's a credibility crisis in the party.
Sherveen, answer his question.
Sherveen,
sorry. Answer his question, and then he'll answer
All
yours.
right, go ahead. Ask the question again.
This quote, that now that we have more context behind it, seemed to be about releasing it to DNC members. Nothing in here was about releasing it publicly, right?
I don't. Do you want to? Is it the same political article that?
Sure.
Here is the full quote. I'll send it to you as well. Sorry. There you go. You can read it.
Actually, no. This is about an ambiguous thing that could include the public, because the first sentence says, I just want to say that there was a post-election review done many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. That's one claim by itself, or one statement by itself. The next statement says, the DNC spent a lot of time and money on that, wasn't even released to the DNC members. Wasn't even released to the DNC members. In other words, the first claim is a more expansive thing than only the DNC members. So actually, you're wrong about this.
So you think that when he says in the can you read the next paragraph of this article?
Why don't you just put it on your Discord stream and highlight what you want me to look at?
Of course it will be released, right? That's the next thing. What does he say there?
Of course it will be released to our members. Yeah. Well, hold on. Are you asking about the question or what he said?
That's what he said, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. But the preceding thing was about more than just the DNC members, correct or wrong?
The DNC spent a lot of time and money on it. It wasn't even released to
No, read from the sentence before that.
There was a post-election review done many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. The DNC spent a lot of time and money on it, and it wasn't even released to the DNC members.
In other words, it wasn't even released to the DNC members as an extension of an original question, as it wasn't released in general.
It could be, I guess.
I'm with you there. I don't think this is as important as you do.
No, I'm just trying to establish one thing. There's not like that I don't think there was some clear promise by Ken that he was going to release this raw report to the public.
But would you think that it's fair to say if there's a credibility crisis, regardless of where we land on this
that's fine. We can go down that line of questioning if you want.
Okay,
but then hold on. I just want to make sure that we're established on this. It doesn't seem like there was a clear promise from him where he's like, we're going to release this to the public after we do it.
Fair.
Okay. What is the second line of question you want to go down?
So, I mean, where are you on the idea that the credibility crisis is important inside this party? I know that your entrance into politics a little bit later, so you might be more oppositional to the people that think there's a credibility crisis or that it's worthy. But again, I'd point to it's something that I've felt, and I've previously worked for Dems. Dems have felt in general. From the left, there's a real thing that we would say, okay, this is not necessarily something we think is fair in a vacuum, because there's an intellectual defense we can make around why the party works this way. But so much of what the party does happens behind closed doors. People inside the party, whether it's the apparatus of the party or the public, gets a sanitized version. When all of that is true, right, there's something I'm referring to as a credibility crisis. Do you think this is a legitimate thing, or do you think this is a fake thing, or where do you stand on it?
Okay. I think there probably is a perception of credibility crisis. I don't know if any of the things that you just brought up have anything to actually do with credibility, though.
Go ahead. Tell me more.
Well, the first thing that you said, that things are done behind closed doors or whatever, this is true of literally everything, including the Republican Party. The idea that every single debate would be had publicly seems really strange to me. I doubt that that's ever the case ever with anything politically done.
Yeah, I don't think I meant that literally everything is exposed. But there's a spectrum here, right? We have to be honest about the spectrum. So one of the things that I think you're saying is some of the stuff should be, kind of behind closed doors, reasonable. I guess the question is if we can identify, is enough being done in front of people. There's enough being talked about in front of people, I should say, because it's not that you need to have the public involved. And I'll go to, okay, let's look at what the Republicans have done. So the Republicans have released autopsies in different years where we've seen the full autopsy. They don't have to adopt
Can I ask a question real quick?
conclusions.
How many autopsies like this have been released?
I don't know. I think it's not that many, but there have been a few.
Are you sure there have been a few?
Yeah. Well, no. Am I wrong? I thought there's literally like the famous one from the Republicans they literally did before Trump, and Trump listened to none of it, and the party listened to none of it. No? Am I making that up?
I've just seen people in chat type, but I don't know. Because I saw people in chat say that literally there was one in 2012 and that it was a disaster. But the reason why it was so exceptional was because people generally don't ever do this.
Either way, I don't know why we have to, like, this is life is life. We can decide what is reasonable, not on this notion. If it's ever been released, we can refer to something and say, okay, what does, like, because one of the things that I think you're concerned about is how this is going to be used.
No, stop. Stop jumping so far ahead. Why do you think I just brought up what I just said?
Because you're trying to establish whether or not it's a norm.
Correct. Because one of the arguments you gave for releasing it was because it is a norm.
Yes.
And well, if it's not a norm,
no, I said there's a credibility crisis. I didn't say because it's a norm.
No, yeah, one of the specific arguments that you just made was that there have been a few of these. First you said lots, and then you said few, and now we're at one in 2012. Have been released in the past. Therefore, that would make that a more legitimate strike against your credibility, right? If every single season had one of these released, and then one season...
I didn't say every single season. I said some. I don't think it's just one.
I understand you did not say that, but I'm saying if all but one had been released, that would be a huge blow to your credibility. If only one in the history of all of politics had ever been released, then it would probably have no effect on your credibility at all, right? Or very, very few. Very little effect on your credibility. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, now I'm actually going to look it up because we should establish how much of my credibility that should harm. Okay, while AI does its thing.
In 2023, I see an article on NBC about Republican Party officials plan to keep private an internal autopsy report assessing why many of their candidates fell short in the 2022 midterm elections. Two people familiar with the party's thinking on the matter told NBC News on Friday.
That's Dems, right?
No, this is for Republicans.
I thought the Republicans released 2022. No?
Well, no. Or if they did, it would have come out in a later article, but this is written in 2023. So I believe that the post-election analysis is meant to be for internal use only, taking the lessons we've learned so we can improve, one RNC member said. Ooh, he even used that word, lessons. I don't think it will be made publicly available.
So now you don't want me to jump ahead, but I want to make another point. Do we have to stick on this one?
No, I'm comfortable with what I've established on this point, so go ahead.
Well, we should come back to it. I'm not finished with it. This is not an established point. You haven't won.
Sure, but you kind of established that like the Republicans did this, and now that he's fighting you on it, you're kind of running away from the point.
Well,
I am not running away from the point at all. I already have acknowledged that the releases might be fewer than what I said.
As long as we agree on the facts on this, I'm fine. Okay, but then we haven't
Again, this is not meant for me. I'm here to actually persuade. I do not care about kind of relenting on it might be one instead of three. I don't know how many have been released.
Okay.
By the way, it looks like the DNC released one in 2015. There was a commission from the DNC that was released in 2017. So those are the post-2010 ones. We can look beforehand. And before the 2010s. So that looks like, again, depending on what these are, I'm going to look definitionally. The DNC and RNC have released more than one. But again, I'll look specifically as to whether these will actually apply. So let's talk about like the infighting or like what that conversation represents. I'm gonna just like make the comparison I want to make and let you decide whether you think it's relevant and we can yell about it. One of the things that we admire or resent about the right is that they always come home, right? And so like Trump can say all sorts of things about Ted Cruz's wife, and Ted Cruz is the biggest Trump stan on the planet. I don't know why we can't have this interview and think of this as a benefit for the entire party, because Jon Favreau is literally, and PodSave are considered insiders in establishment by most people. You are very alone, and you're orbit is very alone in considering that that's not the case.
I
Other
don't know
than their
who
fight
said my orbit doesn't think that's the case. I don't know where you got that impression from, but okay.
Wait, sorry, that people outside disagree with you, or that they agree with you?
That they're not, that the speechwriters for the Obama admin are not Democratic Party insiders, or at least were. Yeah.
Oh, so you agree with me? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm just going down a pike. So there's that portion of it. Then there's the portion where we go, okay, can they fight in public? Can we have these debates that, kind of, whether we'll call them hit pieces or whatever else we want to call them, where the spat happens and it's good for everybody involved? Because one, let's look at John. John knows going into 2028, he's going to have to fight credibility accusations. He's going to fight people on the left. He's going to fight people in the Biden camp who are going to come after him now that they've established adversarial relationship. The ability for him to hold credibility in those conversations as, kind of this establishment-ish podcast is improved by being the one to have permission to hold Ken to account and holding him to account versus having a softball interview. And you're probably going to agree with me and say, oh, there's a middle ground. But I think this is important to say is this is just the first of what will be many instances of interviews where we're going to see people try to figure out what their role is in 2028. But don't we want PodSave and the DNC to be answering to John in that conversation to establish that this is a party that can have conversations like this. This is a party that's willing to actually yell at each other for an hour on a podcast and then walk away, both having established their point of view, but at least that point of view was heard. Versus, again, what I'd say is the establishment crisis or the process crisis that happens before this, which is the Bernie people would tell you, and I'd say they're 20% right, but they're still 20% right, that this sort of thing couldn't have happened in a past version of Democratic Party politics.
No.
Is this not a good thing? No. Healthy for John, healthy for Ken.
I just want to cut in that I think we should be doing these behind closed doors, not in a public interview where we're lambasting the head of the DNC. It's just a bad look for everybody, first off. And if you do have a problem with it, you can talk to Ken behind closed doors. I'm sure that he'd bring you over to the DNC and maybe even give you a sneak peek at the autopsy if you're like a campaign manager, etc., like that.
So everything you just said, I know you said in good faith, but Lucas, everyone in Democratic Party politics would understand why what you just said is what can't happen. Because the critique from Bernie and his party is literally what you just said, that it would happen behind closed doors, that you'd have to know somebody or be some sort of power player, and you'd move towards the exact credibility crisis that I think causes some of the left who could be capturable to be uncapturable. Because they go, look, why does this have to be behind closed doors? Why can't we have this conversation out loud? Why do we have to hide this from more junior members of the party?
Because that's how everything in life works. You don't have every single strategy meeting publicly. Nobody in the history of all of mankind has ever done that ever. That's just not a functional.
No one's
approach
saying
to
have
anything.
every strategy meeting publicly. That's not these are not the two poles or two choices.
Okay, but the only argument you're giving is why shouldn't we have this publicly? Because public is better. And I'm telling you that's not necessarily true. So
what thing do you think I want to have happen publicly?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get better at this, and you're a good test person for this because you're so crazy bad at this. I need you to respond to the thing that I say instead of immediately pivoting to another diverting question. Okay? Do you accept?
I'm not diverting.
No,
shit.
you are. You have the mind for it.
No, you are bad at asking questions.
You have the
apparently,
bad faith debater mind. Okay, so I'm trying to hold to a single point.
I have bad faith debater mind.
Yes, yeah, because you're not responding to anything I'm saying. You're always setting up your next attack, and you're avoiding anything I say by just setting up the next question.
You are so Hassan pilled. It's unbelievable.
It has
Go ahead.
nothing to do with us. You just did it again.
Yes, it is. You do everything so oppositionally. You do everything so oppositionally. I'm not trying to redirect.
You just redirected by bringing up Hassan because what I just said had to do with debates that I've been in. I don't debate Hassan. So what you just did, you just did another thing right there, right? So I very clearly,
my God.
Okay, I just
that's
said
not bad faith. What I did is not bad faith.
I said that nothing is done publicly all the time. Like there are things you have behind closed doors. That's a counter to your point of why wouldn't they do this publicly? Publicly would be better. Now, if you want to argue that there's some reason they should do it publicly, then you have to make another argument for why they should do it publicly. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's the question I asked you?
Before this?
What thing you want what thing do you think I want to have happen publicly? What thing do you think I'm talking about?
I guess a release of this report?
I don't actually, this is why I asked that clarifying question. You diverted from that question. I don't mind if it's just this discussion.
You asked that question in response to the point that I brought up. I'm not diverting. I'm just trying to finish.
Exactly. Same thing. We're having a back and forth. We might not always directly answer.
That's a back and back. No, if you're not going to answer my question, I'm not going to answer yours.
There's a difference in a bad faith diversion and me bringing up what I believe is an adjacent point because we're having an extended conversation. If you can't handle that, then you're not going to be able to have conversations with people who are coming to you in good faith and trying to persuade you, or you're trying to persuade them, and it's just a dialogue. There's nothing that I'm trying to divert. If you want to always reframe your question, I'm happy to attempt to address it directly whenever I haven't in your point of view. So, back to... You're right. Or sorry, you're wrong. I don't want the report to release, or I don't care about the report being released publicly. I'm neither here nor there on holding on to that point. But what I do care about is this conversation being something we can do. This conversation, this sort of debate being something that the party is capable of, that we understand different people have different roles inside the party. This goes to something we've been talking about for weeks now.
Yeah, this is not a debate. My point is that this is not a debate that two allied factions should ever have. This is just not an appropriate...
Why? Let's talk about that. So why?
Because this was a hostile interview, and hostile interviews are only set up to make one side look bad. Why would you
Don't
do
you
that
think
to
this
somebody
happens
on your
all...
own party?
Let's see if there's a lesson to learn from the Republican Party. Don't you think this happens all the time inside their apparatus?
Never.
What do you mean never?
As in, it does not happen with their party.
They literally... Okay, hold on. They literally fought about 2022 midterms like crazy. They fought after...
what do you mean they fought about them by crazy? What do you mean by that?
The party after 2022?
Who was the
Am I
party?
making this up? The Republicans.
All of them? Every voter? I don't. You're not
Hold
making
on. Again,
meaningful
that's why I
statements
tried
right
to be
now.
like, this is not what I'm asking for. I'm not asking that we involve every Democrat in the conversation.
No, stop. Don't pivot. I don't know what you just said. I have no idea what you just said. When you said every Republican fought, I don't know what that means. Every voter? What do you mean
I don't
by
have in
that?
front of me a replay, so I'm trying to say something thematic.
I'm not
Thematically, what I
asking you for a
recall about
replay.
the
I'm asking-
2022
no,
election,
no.
what I thematically remember
I'm
about
just
the
asking
2022
for-
election.
Are you saying that
Yes.
there were interviews on Fox News that were incredibly challenging? Are you saying that elected lawmakers were blowing up Trump over this, or what?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't remember specifically the mechanics of it. I will say what I remember thematically from 2022's midterms is that the entire Republican Party had a meltdown, yelling at each other. Now, to your point, could it have been? It's a mixture of like, did Fox ever do it? I don't know. It might have not been Fox at all. So is Pod Save the equivalent of Fox? Might be a point you were trying to make, and that's interesting. I don't remember the specifics. However, what I do remember, it was vicious, as in people were yelling at each other in ways that were challenging to each other's, let's say, existential, kind of role and place and credibility within the party, right? And so there was this sort of sense to which you said, okay, they're not trying to hold back from critiquing each other, and the question will be after this, can they move forward hand in hand?
Okay, I reject the entire argument here, especially
Just because you don't remember, too, what happened in 2022? Is that why you reject it?
I mean,
because what you're saying didn't happen.
It did
because I reject that this ever happened, and the fact that you have no examples, that you not even a single one that you can think of off the top of your head, means that I just don't agree that this happened. I don't think it did.
Okay, let me get AI in that case before I make my next sentence. 1 second.
Jarvis?
By the way, Brian, that's a good point, but midterms are very different from presidentials, even for Dems. This is one of the things that Ken Martin could also be critiqued on. The fact that we're doing well right now has absolutely no bearing on the presidential. We've seen that even with, kind of...
Sure, but your argument was that, like, both sides are, like, holding each other as equally accountable, and we, like, ran...
Right, but I'm talking midterm and midterm.
Clips.
No, but I'm talking midterms and midterms, right? I'm comparing midterms to midterms. I'm not comparing this to presidential.
Yeah, but I think broadly the point, like, it's kind of contradicted by presidential.
No, but it's not, because the midterms are very different. Because the point Ken made during the interview was we're crushing right now in elections, but actually the 2024 autopsy is about the presidential. We know very discreetly that like Dems will do this thing where they win midterms massively and then take very poor lessons into a presidential that reacts very differently to them.
I think the one thing that I'm a little confused about is like you're kind of arguing for this conversation, but like you're very agnostic on whether or not the autopsy should be released.
Well, because there's a real thing here that I think is about like whether the party can be challenged. I think John has enough credibility to have the conversation. I hope he retains it after this challenging interview with people like Ken because of his kind of past with Obama. I think the confrontational nature was not existential for Ken. Yes, it made him look bad, but I don't think he's They're
The
other
problem
than
is
from
that
crazy
if you're
people.
trying to have a challenging conversation on your side, you can have a challenging conversation without doing it in like an ambush hostile style interview. You can have a friendly, challenging conversation. It's possible to do that, where the goal is the bolstering of whatever your political project is, and both sides understand that. That was not a challenging conversation. That was a conversation that was designed to make Ken look bad.
Well,
I think it was a conversation designed to make John look good.
Like a fucking retard, by the way.
No, only to you guys. Only
No,
to you guys.
He was wrong about literally everything, and he got his ass fucking smacked by Ken like 6 times in the interview. He came out looking like a retard.
Well,
to
to be fair, I think that if you were on the team that John was representing, you think that Ken Martin looked horrible. And if you were just like an ordinary person watching it, you would probably come out thinking that Ken looks bad. That would actually be.
And
my
this goes
opinion.
to this goes to a many month conversation. By the way, is who's on the team? Because if you go to TikTok, if you go to Instagram, if you go to Facebook, if you go
nothing to do
to
with what I just said, but okay.
Wait, why not?
Well, I was just addressing how I thought the conversation would have looked to people if you were on John's team, the team that he was
I'm
representing
addressing
there.
the same exact point, and the question is who's on the team. And if you go to these social media platforms where we see the sort of people on the team that I keep trying to tell you we should care about, they think that it was John who won the conversation. I think they're a much larger part of the party than this room thinks they are.
Okay.
Is that fair?
It just has nothing to do with what I'm saying right
Why
now.
does that have nothing to do with it?
It's a totally
Play that out for
separate
me.
argument. No, I'm not.
Why?
Because that's a totally separate argument. If you want to go on who's on the team, then we can do that, but that's a totally separate argument from what we're arguing right now. I was just.
I wasn't saying it oppositionally. I was stacking on top. I was stacking on top for
It has nothing
Lucas's
to do with anything.
sake.
Literally, it's nothing to do with this current argument right now. It has nothing to do with who's on the team. My position was that because it is a hit style piece, that the team that John is representing will feel like the interview was good. And then anybody that's on Ken's team probably is not going to feel that great about it unless you're really on his team. And then people who are neutral or in the middle are going to feel like Ken did bad. That is the purpose of a hit piece style piece.
I understand what you're saying, but I think Ken was able to overcome that in this piece because he literally calls out John multiple times, and he's like, "No, you're spewing garbage."
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. If you're looking at the facts, then sure. But not many people view it that way. In a hit piece style interview, the goal is to hit you up with as many like quotes or inconsistencies or falsities as possible. And even if you're correct on a thing, I'm just going to move on to the next point afterwards. So there's not actually any kind of catharsis or whatever felt by a viewer in that like, oh, he got him there, because the interviewer doesn't acknowledge it. He just moves on to the next thing. And John did that on every single one. That's why it was an ambush hit piece style thing. There was no acknowledgement of anything Ken said when he was correcting John on one of the 20 different things he was completely factually incorrect about. It was moving on to the next hit piece style thing. That's what I'm saying. It was
I
an
hear what you're
ambush.
saying.
Yeah.
If somebody watched the entire thing, then I would disagree with you. But if somebody just got a clip of it, I would agree with you. Yeah,
Okay.
I think
we
that
can
he's
find
fucked
somebody
up
in a
clips.
torture
Yeah.
chamber and lock him and force him to watch it. I think most people would probably come out thinking that the Ken Martin guy didn't look good, like neutral at best, and then probably not good in general. That'd be my guess, but.
And the point I'm trying to build on top of it is most people here are either experiencing it through clips or experiencing it through the lens of being frustrated with the Democratic Party as a party, not necessarily as the individuals inside of it. And so most people, and again, you can see this in the social media commentary around this from the Democratic Party, thought it was great for John that John challenged Ken, who represents to them something like the hidden, kind of mechanics of the party who are continuing to hide the ball from the people in the party. And they came away thinking that was a win for John, a loss for Ken. Very few people think that Ken comes out looking good. Very few people have like the either desire to research or the history to understand the nuance of anything Ken said. And so he just lost optically. And I think that's the challenge, is how do we understand whether this was an interview that helps people? So those people in the party, right?
But the issue, real quick. The issue, though, is that people in that interview were not viewing John as a member of. That's why I keep saying that. That's why I keep bringing up the team thing. John is not coming at this interview, I think, what people are looking at him as like a member of the Democratic Party, where they're on a mutual mission to build up the Democratic Party. It feels like John is hitting Ken as an outsider here.
Of course he's part of the member. And this is where I think this room, and I'm not saying this is a critique, so I think like everything I say, I'm really trying to push the ball forward. It's not a critique. I think this room views John that way. I genuinely think.
Can I just skip and say everything you're going to say, because you could have already said it by now? Yeah, you're going to say that we have a bad perspective on John because we actually view John as being an outsider because we're so Hassan brain broken. But in reality, most people know that the Pod Save America guys are insiders in the Democratic Party, right? Yes. Yeah? Yes. Okay, thank you. That's not how they're functioning right now, though. That hit piece
that doesn't mean the perception has changed, right? So I agree with you that maybe the function has changed, and this is why this on interview being recent is important.
Okay, that's fine. Question. Super easy. If I were to go online on social media right now and view the people who are using that Ken Martin
interview by John, do you think they're talking about how these are good critiques of the Democratic Party and how we can perform better? Or do you think that that's a narrative that's being seized upon by people saying the entire Democratic establishment is corrupt and needs to be replaced and rebuilt from the ground up?
I think you'd see more of the latter from an algorithmic perspective, but then I will ask you a question that I think is a useful follow-up that I mean in good faith. Okay. If we went to the normie Democratic voter in New York who's 32-ish in a knowledge worker job and follows politics kind of at again, let's call it above normie, but below, kind of politics nerd rate, do you think they would view this as John as the establishment talking to other establishment, or do you think they'd view it as kind of a Bernie-style refutation of the party? And again,
I think they would view it as just that an interview that's demonstrating how completely fucked and horrible the Democratic Party is. I don't even know if they would have a view on who John is.
Yeah, which by the way, I think still goes to the idea though that there's like because they're establishment in their nature, right? This sort of voter we're talking about, and so the fact that they see this and they vaguely know who the PodSave guys are because the PodSave guys have penetrated culture.
Hold on. First of all, I don't know if the average. I don't think the average voter knows who the PodSave guys are.
But you're wrong, and we talked about this last time. Remember, they have like a bunch of different podcasts now where they also have like lifestyle people, celebrities. They do games with them on stage. I don't know if you clicked the link. I tried
What's
to send
the biggest PodSave podcast or whatever?
PodSave in America is, I guess, we should differentiate. I guess it's Crooked Media is the network. PodSave is their biggest podcast, and like John Lovett has something. I'm forgetting the name of. Crooked Media Podcasts. Oh, they've got a ton now. They have a Stacey Abrams podcast.
We're about to argue over how do you determine someone having the culture? What does that mean?
Or I don't know. I would be surprised if the average person, average voter knew, but maybe they do. I don't know.
Of course the average voter doesn't know who.
Hold on. Average voter, no. Average Democrat in a city, yes. That's my point. They've penetrated culture in a way where, again, they literally have every celebrity on when they TV celebrities are considering them part of the tour now, right? So when they have a new show or movie coming out, the PodSave's network of podcasts or Crooked Media's network of podcasts, which again is part of how they penetrated culture, is to be more than politics itself, has now infiltrated mainstream Hollywood.
Who was the last mainstream Hollywood actor that went on a PodSave thing? I don't have much pop culture connection, so maybe that's...
Yeah, fair. Let me actually look it up instead of closing the tab every time.
I mean, I would agree with you if we were talking about the people who do the hot ones or whatever. We could have an agreement there, but PodSave is nowhere near.
Yeah, do you think the average Democratic voter in a city is more likely to know the Hot Ones show or the PodSave guys shows?
The average Democratic voter would know the Hot Ones show or the PodSave. I think it'd be much closer than you think.
Okay, it would be much closer, I think, because I would think that that's not close at all in my mind.
Well, so I'm not that big into celebrity culture, so I don't know all these faces. But I don't know all these faces that I'm looking at inside this YouTube channel. But Kathy Griffin's on here, but she's technically somewhat political. I don't know these names.
Can you just link the YouTube channel?
Okay, okay, but
where do you want to put it? Where do you want to put it?
Go on to the next point or whatever. I guess
I'll DM it to you.
Sure.
Okay, I feel like we've been arguing against
the broader point I was making was that these types of ambush style conversations are just never done between two people on the same team. That the impression is never going to be that these two people are on the same team if this is the style of interview. I don't think most people would ever view it that way.
Right, but then the question is whether the consequence of that is as harsh as if they were viewed oppositionally, right? So I might agree with you.
Well, the consequence is just going to be on a hostile style interview. It's always going to be rough for the person being interviewed. They're almost always going to come out of that looking bad. That's what hostile interviews are designed to do.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
Why would
you ever give that to somebody who's on your team? A hostile style interview.
Because you're trying to change how the party talks. You're trying to change how the party holds.
Why can't you do that with a friendlier but challenging interview?
Because I think John. So this is where I think that we should talk about the strategy of it, right? So I think John is seen and I think is trying to break out of the paradigm of we're establishment. And by the way, the Bidens did kind of reinforce this. You're the Obama guys. You're always going to be the Obama guys. You're always going to be people who are kind of attached to the 2012 version of establishment Democrat. You're not even attached to the Biden one, is again what the Biden camp would say. And a lot of people thought a lot of Biden's admin was more progressive than Obama's admin, which is I think philosophically wrong. It's like a time and place thing. And so they're trying to break out of that mold and say, okay, actually, we're going to hold the party to account. We don't want to anymore be seen as people who are just parroting the party line. And we have more permission than people who they might now think of as like soft allies on the left to take the points that they think of as being credible and use them within the party. And so if we think about this from like, there's a credibility crisis, I think pod save counts as part of the credibility crisis. That's like one of the points I'm trying to make is they are seen by a lot of people
just
as part of the apparatus.
It feels like you just gave literally the perfect reason why this was like an other team interview and wouldn't be viewed that way. If they're trying so hard to not be viewed as part of the Democratic establishment, and then they give like a big fuck you hostile interview to the most Democratic Democrat, the head of the DNC, then it seems like, yeah, most people are going to view this as like an outsider style interview where it's just a hit piece on.
Well, maybe the distinction is whether people like care whether it's outside. Like, I don't think they're trying to label it. And so it's more, if Favreau's part of the apparatus and Ken is literally the head of the apparatus or part of the apparatus, then it might, like, they don't go, these are different teams. They go, the party's finally trying to have these conversations out loud. The party can finally challenge itself.
Okay, here,
rather than hide the conversation.
Do you think that that's what most people took away from that? That like, oh, wow, the party is finally having challenging conversations?
I think it allows John to do it again. So even if they...
Hold on, no, wait. Do you think that most people would view that last interview as, oh, wow, the party is finally having challenging conversations?
No.
Okay. I feel like that's my point.
Do you see what sentence I want to say next? Do you know the sentence I want to say next?
The next one will be?
That the view of any particular conversation is not the important thing, right? So, like, obviously, this is shocking to people and will be seen as extraordinarily confrontational. Obviously. And so they won't view it in the totality of what you and I are saying in either direction. However, it is the beginning of a shift that they might have towards the people who are serious inside this party. And John counts as one of those fucking people, right? And so if we think about this as changing tonally and changing structurally what the party is capable of, and if we do have a credibility crisis that really causes half the left to have an aneurysm every time there's an election, then I think we can reasonably say, even if this conversation was not perfect, and no conversation will be, it's the evidence of an internal dialogue, especially after the DNC goes on a listening tour, and for whatever reason, even if people misinterpret it as quote, everyone thinks this report is going to come out. Okay, we can't have the listening tour and not reflect, kind of the fullness of the lesson, not just the summary of the lesson, and expect that the people who believe that all this happens inside people's heads, inside John's head, inside Obama's head, inside the DNC person who they believe kept Bernie out of winning primaries.
Why is it that they can't do this same thing with a mutually beneficial? With the mutually beneficial conversation? Why does the bolstering of John's reputation have to come at the expense of the Democratic Party?
How else would it have happened? This is a real question. So, like, mechanically, do you
How
think
else would it have
John
happened?
would go?
The easy answer I gave is just make it like the Hassan interview.
Yeah, he smooths everything over.
What part?
Yeah, that's not.
What?
Hold on. That was a gimme interview times 1,000. That sounds like establishment politics.
Well, I mean, he could give him an opportunity to answer the questions that he wants.
That's establishment politics. I wouldn't have even liked that.
We're not talking about establishment politics. We're talking about an interview that would theoretically build up both of these people. No. But to build them up requires taking the credibility crisis seriously, and I think this is where the critique is valid, right? Taking
and so
the credibility
could the critique have
crisis
been better delivered?
That's a down the road thing. There is no world where you have to be giving your own side hostile ambush interviews. I don't know if you can think of a single example of Republicans ever doing this.
By the way, so I obviously
Let me repeat that. Can you think of a single example of Republicans ever doing this?
Oh my God.
Answer the question.
Do you think my answer to this question is actually a representation of whether or not this is a real thing? We can't agree in principle as to whether or not Republicans have had real serious infighting. And by the way, in the
it might not be, but if it's not, then it shouldn't bother you to answer it. So can you think of a single example of Republicans ever having hostile style interviews with their own people?
Yes or no?
These are cute. Like recently, obviously, the Tucker stuff is about I don't even want to use that because that feels unfair. But
why?
The Tucker stuff.
That's a good example. Yeah.
I don't think. Okay, I'm trying to be fair. I guess I'm actually trying to be fair in this conversation, and you aren't because you think I'm bad faith.
I'm
trying to be fair. That's recent.
Stop. Hold on.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the Tucker Ted thing. What have I said that's in bad faith?
I don't actually think you're bad faith. What I'm trying to say is I want it to be.
No.
Oh my goodness.
You said you're actually trying to have a good faith conversation. The obvious implication being that I'm not. So what have I said so far that is?
I'm being mean to you because you were mean to me earlier. Okay. I don't think either of us are bad faith. Fair.
Okay, I don't think that was the purpose of your statement, but okay. Okay, so on the Tucker
that was literally
on the
Steven,
Tucker,
I think you're good faith.
On the Tucker versus Cruz debate, do you think people saw that as two Republicans who were mutually trying to build up the Republican Party, or was that more like
So the reason I didn't want to bring that up, and we can interrogate it as a good example, and fine, but I actually didn't want to bring it up because I think the way the Republican Party is splitting right now is actually quite different than what I would want to have happen in the Democratic Party. We can establish.
I agree with you there, although I would say that one of the reasons why it's splitting that way is because the people, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, these people are playing the role of John Favreau or whatever that right now in the Ken Martin interview. Absolutely, they are critically challenging.
You don't think
ambush
you don't think these
style.
people will fall in line? You don't think these people will fall in line?
Who?
Everyone you just named except for probably Fuentes. Tucker, Candace, who else is doing this sort of shit?
For the next election, there's not going to be a line to fall into, but I think they'll all be Republican supporters, yes.
Yeah, so no, you're wrong. They're not like, or in the way in which like they're doing the John thing. They're doing what they know their party is capable of handling.
No, I think they're trying to, but what they're doing right now is they see the winds changing and they're attacking the party in the hopes that it'll change into something like significantly different. They're trying to like morph or mutate it by attacking the party right now, understanding that it'll probably damage it a bit, but coming around for whatever the next election is. Again, I don't know what post-MAGA fucking Trump land is going to look like.
Well, so this is the point. What is the machination of the Democratic Party that we want? Do we want it to be something that has to fall in line with a specific cult leader, or do we want it to be a party where this sort of conversation can happen? And whether it's Bernie or Hillary next, as in philosophically, kind of parts of the party,
there is no style of party where you're doing ambush hostile interviews amongst friendly people. That just is never.
Didn't we just talk about examples about people who do this and the party still functions, the Republican Party still functions at the end of those conversations?
No, we brought up one, and you said you didn't want to go into it, which was
hold on, Candace. Tucker, Fuentes, I don't know if he'll actually fall into part.
Yes, these people are considered outsiders now from the party.
No, they're not. They're yes. Like,
Candace Owens, the one that Trump just truthed out a drugged out picture of?
Is Ted Cruz not one of the biggest Trump simps after Trump said your wife looks like dog shit or whatever? Marco Rubio, little Marco.
This was one of, okay, I'm sorry. I can't believe I have to make this qualification, but yes, they do debate each other when they're literally on debate stages fighting for candidacy. Okay, sorry. That is a time when people will debate, is when they're on the debate stage in a primary election.
Do you think this also qualifies, by the way, when we have the congressional leadership fights? Because the McConnell and McCarthy fights were also really contentious within the Republican Party.
Yeah, and they were terrible for them. They were bad.
But the party thrives off of that, no?
No.
Everyone afterwards falls in line, right? There's
Eventually
literally no tension.
Those were bad fights. Those were terrible fights.
Right, but the party could contain them, right? The party's healthy enough.
They could not contain them. They were horrible fights. They were bad.
What do you mean?
McCarthy's
What do you mean?
political career was destroyed. What are you talking about? He's gone for politics now.
That was not from the fight. That was from after the fight nonsense. I'm talking about at the time of the post.
I completely disagree. I just completely
hold on. I think you're thinking of the wrong time. I'm talking about when he won.
Oh, I'm talking about
that was a very contentious fight. I'm not talking about when he lost everything because he literally lost his career. Yes, I'm talking about when the Republican Party fought about him. That was a majority.
Hold on. Is when they lost their seat in the House, wasn't this because of a rule that McCarthy had crafted that allowed them to?
That was part of the concession he had to make as part of the party, as a part of taking the seat.
That one vote could call, and then wasn't his whole political career past that point basically done?
Not because of that point, right? So he had a contentious fight, won that leadership, and that was part of the concession package, if I remember correctly. It was like, you should be able to use a vote to kick us out. And then he proceeds to have a bad leadership. But it wasn't because of the election that he lost his career, that was the first fight. That was a representation that they can actually handle that disagreement. He then did a bad job. Or in their view.
I don't understand. I don't know. We just fundamentally disagree on everything. I don't know.
Hold on. What was unclear about that?
That fight was bad for Republicans, and McCarthy's career ended because it showed that they couldn't even hold their House Majority Speaker seat. It was a fucking joke. They had to go to even every single Republican was criticizing them, saying because they were begging.
Do you think he lost his career at the same time that he won the leadership?
I'm not talking about when he won the leadership. I'm talking about when he lost
the thing
that
you're
seat.
talking about. This is why I'm trying to make this clear. Was at the same time that he won the leadership. So all the bad fighting that happened about McCarthy was at the time he was running for the leadership. He then later lost his career.
That he lost his career when he lost the leadership.
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm talking about it was also very contentious when he won the leadership because they can stomach it. That was a very contentious fight.
Wait, who? Why? How? I don't remember that being.
This was after the 2022 thing that I'm talking about. This is the whole what should we be fight that they had internally. The interesting thing, by the way, as we're talking about this, that I'm realizing is like a lot of this stuff, I think was their politicians fighting each other. So they have this thing where like they actually yell at each other. Dems don't do that either. But they yell at each other very aggressively.
Okay, I don't remember.
And don't you remember the whole fight over the RNC chair and like all this shit?
Yeah, a little bit, but
like
I don't. But this being anywhere near as contentious as the ousting and everything, but okay.
Well, sure, an ousting should be contentious.
Okay. I don't. Okay. What is the point we're trying to make?
They can stomach all of this. The party does not at all lose out because Republicans fight and kill each other.
I mean, it sounds like one of the concessions he had to make literally resulted in his political career ending in order for him to...
Yes, but they didn't immediately use that against him, right? So it's not, I made a concession.
So because it wasn't immediate and it happened, a year later or whatever?
I don't remember. What were all the reasons that they eventually decided they were done with him?
I thought it was because he agreed with something on Biden for some piece of legislation, and Republicans were ass paying because they didn't want him to make any concessions or any agreements whatsoever.
That's an unrelated issue.
But the whole reason why they were able to oust him was because I think part of the agreements for him to become the speaker was that a single person...
So are you trying to say that like
if you have a party... sentence? Holy shit! Part of that election that you said was so great for them, one of the things that he had to give on was that a single member could raise their hand and call a vote on you to get kicked out for the fucking speaker bullshit. And that's what happened to him, I think, after he agreed with Biden on some legislative thing. And then afterwards, he didn't win election for the speaker. And then he quit 2 months later, and he's gone from politics forever now.
So are you trying to say that because the party can have the Republican Party can have these nasty fights that have a rule attached to them at the time in which they have these nasty fights, if those fights happen and the party moves on, later, when the party then has other issues with the person and uses the changed mechanics, that's evidence that the internal infighting mechanics are broken?
Yes. Super simply, yes. That if and a part of an interim that as part of a fight, if one of the gives you had to make was so that somebody could push the self-destruct button on the majority speaker role that had never been lost in all of U.S. history by the majority party in the House, yes, that fight was probably a bad one for your party.
No, process versus outcomes.
I don't know what process versus outcomes
We
means.
have to legitimately say that it's okay. I mean, I don't like the Republican Party, so I don't. When I say it's okay, I'm talking about like for them, that they say, okay, we're going to elect you. You need to make concessions about how we control this speakership. That's a process thing. The outcome of Kevin McCarthy later not being liked for concessions he made to Biden and the rule being used against him is an outcome that we don't like. But the process of we think this is a speakership
that process literally was an earlier outcome. That's how the process got there.
Is it a bad one though?
Yes.
Why? By its nature, it's bad?
Yeah, you probably don't want it so that a single... I'm explaining it to you. You probably don't want it so that a single person can raise their hand to call a vote on whether or not you should be ousted as the majority speaker.
But is that... I mean... You know that you're like making this a weird defense of the question as to whether infighting, because that rule was not necessarily the thing that had to happen from all that infighting, right? Like that happens to have been used against him.
I'm just
that was
saying
not a predetermined
that
outcome.
Infighting was
that was not a predetermined
infighting.
Outcome.
It wasn't good infighting. It was bad if it's producing rules like that.
You have not proven that to me, other than in the fact that one of the things that they came up with that in the abstract I don't think is necessarily a negative outcome turned out to be used against him.
It doesn't matter. Even if it wasn't used against him, it still would have been bad. The fact that you're having to give that much.
Why?
Because you're putting a self-destruct button on your leadership because you're so unhappy with, I guess, the fights that are happening in your party.
Does the Republican Party seem to have thrived since 2023-ish?
Yeah, didn't Biden win in 2020-ish? And aren't we going to win in 2024? Or 2028 or whatever?
Wait, I can't tell if you're agreeing or disagreeing with what I asked.
No, I don't understand the point of your question. We're not asking whether or not they ultimately won or lost an election. We're asking whether or not this fight was good or bad. The fight can be bad, and they can still win a future election, right? So your question is a non sequitur.
No, that's the point I'm trying to make to you as well about the leadership vote, the ability to self-destruct the head of the party.
I think that was bad.
Speakership.
Yes, even if he wouldn't have been ousted,
but
it
it's
would have been
not
bad.
necessarily related.
Okay.
It was not a predetermined portion of the outcome. And again, let's bring this back to Democrats because we're fighting in this world
The
where
process itself was bad.
Why? You're going to say because of the outcome.
No, I'm not. Because you don't want it so that you can call a vote on the...
That was the outcome of the process.
No, that's the new process is being able to...
What?
The new process is being able to call a vote on whether or not you can oust your speaker with a single person.
That was at the end of the infighting. That was the outcome, not the process.
That
infighting moment, there are different infighting moments. Do you agree? Like, infighting is not like a continuous thing, because then we would not be able to have the start and stop of whether it was good.
Do you understand that a process implementation can be the outcome of another fight, right? The outcome of McCarthy assuming the majority speakership, the outcome was the implementation
100%.
of a new process, and that new process was probably bad.
No, I don't think that the process is necessary. You literally did a fucking MS Paint demonstration of this, and you're failing your own 100 IQ test.
So you think that it's a good process to implement that could lead to a historic loss of control of your own House majority seat?
Did you know at the time you engaged that process that it would lead to the historic whatever you just said?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? How do you have a good process by predetermining or restricting the potential set of outcomes?
If I were to install a ball shocker in the seat of your car that activates every time you take 3 right turns in a row, would it be neutral as long as you don't take 3 right turns in a row? Is that what you're determining it on? Is the outcome?
Could you say it again? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Think about what I just said.
Okay, if you install the ball shocker and I take 3 right turns
in a row, it'll shock your balls. But let's say you just don't take 3 right turns in a row. Does that mean you don't have an opinion about that process implementation?
Do you realize that the process wasn't the fucking vote on the speakership yet?
Do you think that would be a problem if the ball
shocker
was on the car?
How would you implement what you're talking about? You realize that makes no sense, right?
Would the ball shocker be a problem even if it didn't shock your balls?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So why isn't the self-destruct one-member vote thing a problem, even if they hadn't acted on it?
Because you don't know what the fight is when you go into the infighting.
Okay, then
the infighting was not about that. Hold on, the infighting was not about the idea of should we be able to retract the speakership easily. The infighting was over the leadership and over the future of the party. So you're saying we should predetermine all the potential paths at the end of infighting before we have the infighting itself? That makes no sense.
No, I'm saying that if at the end of infighting you're having to make concessions that could heavily damage you in the future, then that seems like it was the infighting probably wasn't that great.
What? Hold on. Was the infighting probably not that great?
We're gonna cut this off soon.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm in chat. I'm defending your ass. Okay, I've been.
Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate you. Chat, fuck you. Also, what's gonna come next? Come on, guys. Really?
Oh, we'll find out. Final words.
I'm trying to say this to you differently because I feel like Stephen should agree with this. When we think about process separate from outcomes, we have to have a separation, a distance from whether or not that infighting was necessary and part of a movement, right? And like, okay, if there's a movement that's happening, do we cut off the movement or do we have the infight?
You can have infighting. You're mixing a ton of things up. I think that infighting is fine. You can have infighting, but there are appropriate ways to infight, and there are inappropriate ways to infight. An appropriate way could be conversations behind closed doors. It could be like friendly but adversarial conversations on public platforms. It could be
adversarial conversations on opposing platforms, but it's never going to be people who are supposed to be on your team doing hostile adversarial interviews against you. That will never, ever be a good thing. Ever. Never.
Are you not open, by the way, to the fact that the idea that the DNC and John all benefit from this having happened? I'm not saying like, oh, Ken looks good, but the idea of the DNC, the Democratic Party, of the establishment being more open to these conversations, of John being willing to have these conversations, of everyone talking about this now in the polity, of the Democratic Party in particular, is actually healthy for the party moving forward?
No,
because again, if there is...
it wasn't. That was not
Why?
a healthy conversation. Because it
Why?
wasn't. What do you mean? Why would it be? What was good? What good came from it?
There's now a sense to which the people inside the party can have this sort of conversation, which means
They already could have the conversation. There's nothing keeping
No, they couldn't.
somebody...
There's no evidence of that in the past. There's no evidence of this sort of thing happening in the Democratic Party in the past, which is constantly used against establishment
You're
Democrats
saying that
by
nobody
people on the
could
left.
approach Ken and have a question about like this report or whatever that wouldn't have happened, but now that he had a conversation publicly with
Who where would have had this conversation?
By nature of it being an insider conversation, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't know.
Yeah, right. And that by nature, that would sustain the credibility crisis that we're talking about. So
No,
we
it
cannot...
wouldn't. It's literally unfalsifiable. Now, John could have asked a question about that or brought that up, and that would have actually been a good point, but he didn't, which is why
Do you not
earlier
think
I said you're
evidence of
gonna
an
struggle with
insider
answers?
holding a leader to account by its nature doesn't improve credibility, especially inside of a party that
John
is
is not an
traditionally
insider
accused of
in
having
this,
a...
John is not an insider in this conversation.
Of course he is.
He's absolutely not. He's not even a delegate.
No,
He's
that's
not even a chair. He's
nonsense.
not even a member of the DNC.
Nonsense.
What are you talking about?
Nonsense.
How is he an
This is the
insider
part,
here?
Because this is the part that again the left would critique the party about and be right about. They'd go like, okay, you're literally going to mention people who are part of...
Vague, non-responsive.
How
is John
how?
an insider talking to the head of the DNC?
Because he is literally a speechwriter for Obama as part of 2 other speechwriters who then created a media company that then has an audience.
Obama was president 10 years ago.
And now they have infiltrated culture. They have micro celebrities and celebrities on all their podcasts and their shows.
I understand. What does insider mean to you? What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
No, you have the answer.
Yeah. What does
I'm
insider
generally...
mean to you? I'm not answering to you.
I'm thinking... I don't have a predetermined answer, so I'm
you
trying
must.
to...
If you just fought me that hard on it, how can you not have a predetermined answer?
Do you write everything you think down first?
Before I argue it, yeah, stringently, yeah, of course, I have in my mind a strong idea. What I
You
consider
think it's
an insider.
unreasonable that you think it's unreasonable that I can call certain people insiders or outsiders, but I don't have an immediate 2 sentences to provide you? You really think that's unreasonable?
Well, it sounds like you don't even have a bare bones concept of what an insider is in your
You
mind.
don't think I have a bare bones concept. I'm just thinking, okay? I want to say a set of sentences that you don't call me bad faith over. So why don't you go first?
Well,
or you want me to go first? Give me a sec. Hold on. Let me think.
Well,
Let me
I was going
think.
to justify why I just said
No.
it. Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Let him think, Steven. This is your final thought.
Think about
Fuck. Fuck.
You can't think of one that includes them.
By the way, I'm not asking AI chat, you fucking idiots. I'm on video on. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's wrong with them. Also, I know a lot of them love me, so shut the fuck up. My hands are up, and all the people inside the Discord room can see that, so I'm not asking AI anything. I think that an insider is a member who holds... Sorry, members are itself going to have a definitional problem. Well, I guess I'll always have to have something like that. Is somebody who belongs to the party, who holds a multiplier of influence that we'd say puts them on the inside.
So is Hassan an insider?
Actually, that's a great question. Let me think.
Should immediately know.
I think as of a few weeks ago, he unfortunately became an insider. I don't think it's permanent. I don't know what's going to happen next. But I think he has an undue amount of influence in the party right now, where he, for example, could ask certain people for conversations or to like see things, and they'd probably have to do it.
Do you think Hassan would describe himself as an insider?
No, of course not.
All right, Steven, any final thoughts on this?
Well, just, yeah. So an insider, in my mind, I don't know what definition you're using. I don't think anybody uses insider like this. An insider is usually somebody who has privileged access or is part of some particular group or organization that's usually obscured from the public to some extent. So like an insider, it doesn't have anything to do with influence. So like a member, like the deputy chair, I don't know if the DNC has a deputy chair, but the deputy chair of the DNC might be totally unknown publicly and might not even make public statements, but we'd be considered an insider because he's like part of an organization,
Why wouldn't we
has
just use
privileged
the word
information.
employee there?
I don't know, because they might not have well, like, for instance, Moot Dan is not my employee, but you maybe could consider him like an insider for like the...
Of course I would.
Consider him what, an employee?
No, an insider.
Yeah, but you wouldn't consider my employee, so that's why you wouldn't use the term.
Right, but wouldn't you consider, I mean, if we were in the Obama era and John had retired from being a speechwriter, but had started Pod Save America, I don't remember the timeline, it was after Obama, I think. Well, let's say he started it while he was still in office. He would be an insider, correct?
While he was in office?
John?
Almost certainly so.
While John
probably,
was...
Yeah.
Right. So by definition, it shouldn't be that like your structural relationship to the party is the important
You
thing.
literally just gave a structural relationship. He was a
No, I said influence. I said the word influence. Undue influence.
No, it would have nothing to do because it's an influence. It would have to do with the fact that he probably has access to people like inside the party because he's the speechwriter for Barack Obama. So he's probably communicating with
I
these
should
people
say
with
then
inside
undue
information.
access and influence.
The influence thing has nothing to do with it. It's whether or not you have like inside information.
No, inside routes to information or to process. And again, this is why I would probably say that Hassan right now, even though he would never say it.
Hassan is absolutely not an insider. No.
Do you disagree that he has privileged access?
No, he doesn't have privileged access to like the Democratic. Here, give us 5 minutes and we're done. 5:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
No, I don't think Hassan has privileged access or information to the Democratic Party. You could argue that maybe he's an insider on like Al Said's campaign or whatever if he's included in any of those conversations. But even that's like a big maybe. But just having a lot of influence or doing advertisements for something doesn't make you an insider. No.
But okay, so let's go to the John Favreau question. So why would he to you not be an insider? He has very privileged access and information and access to information.
Clearly he doesn't. And in that interview, he showed that he knows people doesn't matter. The question is whether or not he's an insider.
I didn't finish the sentence there, to be clear. It's not just knowing people, but go ahead.
Whatever you were going to say afterwards didn't matter, okay? He's not a member of the DNC, and he doesn't appear to have any special connection to members of the DNC.
Hold on, this interview is not a representation of his connections, right? Like, I think you're seeing this and going, okay, he clearly didn't have another pathway.
Whether or not he was an insider.
Assumption. It was an underbelly assumption of what you're talking about.
Do you think he's an insider for the DNC?
I think he's a Democratic Party insider.
Do you think that he's an insider for the DNC?
I think he's a Democratic Party insider.
Do you think he's an insider for the DNC? Yes or no?
I think he's a Democratic Party insider. Why is this important? Let's talk about why this is important. I've never said that the DNC, and this is again, the functional purpose of the DNC is different than the DNC.
Do you think he's an insider for the DNC?
Who in this room has worked for the DSCC or for a Democratic Party candidate? Raise your hand. I'm raising my hand. None of the three of you are raising your hand, correct? Okay. So when we talk about, for example, when I worked for the DSCC, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee.
So when I ask a question, you won't answer it, and then you're claiming that the question isn't even
relevant. Well, you know why.
To your
why am I not answering it? Stephen, why am I not answering it?
Because you think it's going to hurt your argument.
No, it's because I think it's irrelevant to my argument.
When
I say an insider, I don't mean literally at the DNC, because the way the DNC, the DSCC, the DCCC, the DSLC all work.
It's your time you're wasting. The reason why that's not true is because if it was truly irrelevant to your argument, then you would just answer it, and then we would just move on. That's why I do this tons.
Okay, fine. Ask it again. Go ahead.
Do you think that Ken Martin is an insider to the DNC?
Ken Martin?
Or not Ken Martin. Do you think that John Favreau is an insider?
No.
Okay.
I mean, what? That's never a point I've made. He's an insider of the Democratic Party, the way the party works. And if you interact with the party at all, you know this. It's cross organization departments. You have the DCCC, you have the DSCC, you have the DSLC, you have the DNC.
Sure.
You have
Is John Favreau a member of any of the organizations that you just mentioned, or does he have a special?
No, and yet he's still an insider.
So, for example, when I worked, I don't care about how you worked. If you want to waste the rest of the 2 minutes describing an irrelevant point, go for it. Or can I ask my question? Okay, does he have a special connection to anybody in any of the organizations that you just mentioned?
You're so emotional. Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
Then why is he citing public reports for every single question that he's asking Ken Martin?
Because he thought this interview would be his moment to establish a separation from the party apparatus, which the DNC counts as. And yes, I do think he actually thought this played a role, and I do think, to your point, it was a mission that he had. And in doing that mission, he's not going to go find information for himself. He's going to
Then I agree with everything you're saying.
Make a set of assumptions about how the interview is going to go.
Sure. Then it was an outsider, hostile interview. That was my whole argument from the very
start. That
doesn't
make it outsider. Hold on. That doesn't make it outsider. What about that makes it outsider?
The fact that you just said that he was unwilling or unable to gather insider
information does not make him an outsider.
For that interview, it did. For the purposes of that interview, yes.
Not in any way that should matter to this conversation. If an insider if a literal employee decides to have a confrontational conversation and not use all of their privileged access to information, wouldn't suddenly call them not an employee.
It's not about being an employee. It's about that's why I said, and you can go back and listen to this conversation, by the way. That's why I said the function that he was serving in that interview was to be on the opposite team. He was representing a different team in that interview. That was his function.
I don't think so, right? And that's my point to you. This benefits the party because the party as a whole, DNC, DCCC, DSCC.
I just asked you if it benefited it, and your answer was
I guess your answer was yes, because now some people feel like they can have the conversation they could before. It's the most tenuous, like...
Why do you not take that seriously? What is brain broken about you that you don't think that's important?
It's not brain broken. I think that anybody could have had the conversation before. You haven't given a single example of these types of conversations.
So where is it, by the way? Where is it? People could have had it, right? Where is it? Where is that conversation happening? Where do you have evidence that the conversation's happening? Where do you have evidence? Where's the party showing you, Stephen, that it's actually having this conversation in a way that makes you feel like you understand that they're capable of this conversation, that they're actually intellectually capable, willing to have this conversation? Where's the evidence?
Okay, wasting time. So at the end of that interview, Ken Martin listed or rattled off, I think, like 6 or 7 different people where he was like, oh, well, ask her how she feels, or ask this person how they feel, or ask this person how they feel, or ask this person how they feel. So those are people that he funds with DNC money. That was not about process, and that was not about internal interrogation. That was him going, hey, look at these people who are winning, which, by the way, to the point I made, Democrats always do this. They win midterms, and they say, oh, look at the great things that we're doing, and then they go lose because they might have taken the wrong lessons or aren't exposing the lessons, kind of more broadly speaking, because midterms are very different from generals. What you just said was people Ken Martin funds, he uses examples of people who like him, obviously. Okay. I mean, I can't, if that's the point you're going to bring up, I can't counter your point to the one that you brought up with no evidence. So there's no way that I can counter this. I guess it's possible that the DNC is completely and totally dysfunctional, and I'm just supposed to take that on your word with absolutely zero evidence for that claim because somebody who was doing a hostile interview said it. So
I think you and I could sit on whatever sides of that question that we're talking about, and then we would say, okay, maybe it's good, regardless of whether you can bring evidence or I can't bring evidence, that we decide evidence itself is valuable. There's something to if PodSafe is even going to be analyzed for this, and they are, right? You and everybody else is yelling about them. Ken is going to be evaluated for this. All of this essentially means, rather than relying on, kind of, what are people going to feel in the abstract about the idea of a party being internally motivated? Well, now we get to see some of the internal mechanics play out. If it's true that people view John, and it's true, as at least some part an insider or as some part of the establishment, and these are the people that they always accuse, as they do. And as you see, by the way, the right makes these accusations too. Oh, these people are the ones still making choices for the party. These are the people who are running Biden's administration.
The right does this as a bad faith debate tactic because they know that it's a weak point to hit on. They don't. And
I think the left has a good critique about this internally that is hard to address when we always hide the ball.
Okay.
So again, I go back to 2016.
Standard, and no other part of the entire planet has ever held to this standard. It's a ridiculous standard on its face.
Why do we have to care about whether it's ridiculous and not whether or not we just address it? So again, if it can be used against us,
because if it's ridiculous and it's not the norm, there's probably a good reason why it's not the norm. And the reason why is because if you have
what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? Actually, this is great. This is a great point. What do you think would happen if they release this report? If it has nothing damning in it, okay, which he says over and over and over again in that stupid fucking interview.
100%.
If there's nothing damning in it, why can't we just fucking keep to the idea that?
Why are you asking me and then not letting me answer the question? The reason what's going to happen is anybody is going to look to take a bite off of whatever they want of that report to further whatever their narrative is, and they're going to use it to further the infighting.
Except there's two things. One, the things that you're worried about them using as a weapon, everyone already has an opinion on. No one's going to change their mind because of the IP shit that might exist in the report.
It'll just strengthen it, though.
It's not. There's no strengthening it. Everyone's already at the extremes. There's absolutely no strength. You say this all the time. People are either brain broken on this or not, in your view, and it's not going to change anyone's opinion. There's no strengthening, and so this is already the conversation. By releasing the report, you can at least we're willing to have the dialogue. At least we're willing to show you some of the data, and in addition, there's probably other interesting things there that the party, whether we talk about the apparatuses of the party, the heads of the state, or even the polity, as in the people, will benefit from seeing or find interesting or intellectually interesting and go, oh, I can trust this party more because it's not trying to hide the ball from me. So if you're saying they're going to weaponize it, you have to tell me why that matters. There's nothing that they're going to do in a weaponization that will actually harm the party. If the standard becomes everything Hassan might tweet about or do a Twitch stream about is going to be weaponized, and so we must bury anything that he's going to potentially do, that's a terrible standard. Like, what is the standard that you have?
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll see you next call in, okay?
Oh, wow.
All right, thank you.
You're not going to respond to that?
No, you wasted all your time yapping and rambling because every time you're making a weak point and you know it's a weak point, you have to fill like 20 different filibuster things in the end to try to.
You're being cowardly. Answer my question.
I'm not being cowardly.
What's the standard of weaponization? What's the standard of weaponization?
You wanted to bring up Hassan again. I guess it's whatever Hassan tweets. That's what you just said.
So triggered.
Yes. No, you said it was whatever Hassan tweets. I agree with you. That's the standard. Yes, 100%. Okay. Bye. Love you.
Love you too.
Morgan.
Hello. Sorry. I'm playing League. That guy is clearly an anti-fan. That's all I have to say. There's that guy provides no value. He's very clearly just gonna fucking betray you and be on another panel in like 2 or 3 weeks. That's it. Bye.
Thank you, Morgan. Jock rates, go ahead.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How does my mic sound? There's a
so loud
shitload
now.
of construction happening.
That's so good.
That's good. Go
Outside.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, sweet. First of all, you guys should bring that guy on last next time because he takes a while.
I've heard that.
So 2 things that we could talk about. I'll let you guys decide.
You
Number
decide. You
one-
decide. 15 minutes left on these. Go.
All right.
You decide. Just pick a thing. Yeah.
All right, we'll go through the faster one. I have a list of some rhetorical lessons that I've heard you say that you've kind of taken away over your time debating and stuff. And I wanted to just name them and then have you, maybe Dan, Mr. Mooten, everybody here can give you a grade on how you think you've been doing on those, and then we can talk about them if you want. What do you think of that?
Sure. Pick the top 3. Go.
Okay, first one. I'll pick the top 3. Okay. In that case, let's go with this one. So, positive positions spam. This has been a discussion recently. The idea of using more positive positions. How do you think you do on that? Yeah. What would you give yourself maybe on a scale?
What was
of
the
1 to 10?
last debate that I had?
The last debate that you had? I don't remember.
I feel like I haven't had any debates recently, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. Well, what about also? I'm also in your YouTube videos. I would say that, not just in debating. Just in general, how do you think you do on that?
I would have to think back to my last debate. I'm probably better than I was in the past, but I probably could still improve on it.
Mr. Mooten and Dan, what do you guys think?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what your question was.
I think I generally try to point out
okay.
more positives of what like Biden and the Democratic Party accomplished, and to have like a positive position on like, look, I think that Biden did good on this. I don't think the senility was anywhere near the level you guys thought it was. I think that it's good when the United States is, playing police sometimes with other countries. I don't think that every foreign policy intervention we have is bad. Like I think I try to present a slightly more positive version of this stuff than just being on the negative side of things, or at least in the past.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one place that I would say you can improve on this a little bit more is in your YouTube videos, because I find that in a lot of the recent videos, one I can think of is one where you're talking about Vosh is one that I can think of recently. You spend most of the videos you tearing down the other person, which is good. You're very good at that. But I think for somebody who's not a audience member, somebody who's not already a DGG or something, they kind of don't understand what you're tearing them down for and what your positive position is. I've heard you give them, so I know that you have these positive positions, but I think for somebody who's just stumbling across your channel, they might watch a video like that and just really not know what you're for, if that makes sense.
Sure.
All right.
Another one, this one is big for me. Making fun of unserious people and unserious positions. How do you think you've done on that?
As in like doing it more or doing it less?
However you think you're doing on that, if you think you should do it more or less.
I feel like I've pointed that out a lot more, but I feel like politics in general has become a lot more unserious, so.
What's your position on that, Color?
I think that you are doing a lot better about that recently, but I think you can push it with certain people, especially. I think you can push it much harder than you are. So like an example I can think of is there was a time, I think it was maybe a month ago, maybe more. You were debating a couple of conservatives and they hit you with the classic, I don't know about that. And then you just reflected it back to them when they started talking about the next thing. You just hit them with I don't know about that. I don't know what you're talking about. To kind of like show them how ridiculous what they were doing was. I think that was great. That was very funny. It really shut them up after that. But I think in general, you can maybe draw in more people by memeing on these people more. So like, for example, projection is a big thing that I see all the time when you're talking to conservatives or just a lot of people in general. You can see a lot of projection happening. I think it'd be funny as hell if you had something like a projector screen in the background that you could turn on. It says projection. Or when somebody does a dog whistle, if you like pulled out a whistle or something like that. Just like little funny memes, I think could make good clips and extend your reach in things like YouTube videos, shorts, and I think it really does point out how ridiculous other people are.
Okay.
We'll get him a whistle.
I'll keep that in mind.
I like the whistle idea. I thought that'd be fun.
Okay.
And then the last one, since we're only doing 3, utilizing bad faith tactics, or maybe more generally learning from the bad faith tactics of your opponents? Do you think you should be using some of those tactics, like the things that you've picked up on other people doing? Or should you, is it like
probably not? I think they generally just annoy me,
from?
and I probably don't want to. But like being able to counter them more effectively and holding people to answer questions or whatever better is, I think, always good. I think I do a better job of that than I used to several years ago. But that's the thing I can always improve on.
Okay, what do you think about, dude, my queen Hillary Clinton, the public-private positions? What about, are there positions that you think should be held more privately and others that should be held more publicly? Because I think a lot of the positions I hear you have, I think are very good policy positions, but they don't really resonate well in a general way. So what do you think about that? Are there positions that you think maybe you like to keep within the stream, within the DGG audience, keep it a little more quiet, and then other positions that are easier to argue or more generally appealing that you think are something you'd like to blast out more?
Maybe, but I mean, like, I'm not running for office, so I don't care as much about having some unpopular opinions, since it's not like I'm going to lose an election based on it. But like, depending on the platform I'm on, I'm generally just going to speak about it. It really just depends on what we're talking about. But I'm not about to go to some debate forum and then, like, you know, rattle off my most conservative economic policy positions or something, or talk about things that I know are super unpopular with the audience that I'm speaking to. It just depends, I guess, on the platform. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you do a pretty good job of picking and choosing what you're going to fight on, and based on the audience. What about in the broader Democratic Party? Are there positions that you think should stay private, but you still think maybe are good positions, and other ones that we should be pushing on a lot harder?
Like, as for the Democratic Party as a whole?
Yeah, I think, maybe an easier way to think of it is maybe in buckets of, like, green would be a position that any Democrat, period, should be championing. Yellow is maybe a position that can be public in some districts, maybe not so much in a more conservative district, and like a red position is something that maybe you would support, but you don't think Democrats should talk about it.
I don't know. I'd have to think a lot about this. I do think that we have to get rid of the Trump tax cuts, and that's probably going to be an unpopular position, so maybe that would have to be a thing that you don't talk about as much. And then I think that things like packing the Supreme Court or getting rid of the filibuster might not be good things to run on, but are probably important things that we should be pushing for. But, yeah.
What are the big winners rhetorically, you think?
I don't know. Anything involving fucking billionaires or APAC, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
All right, we're
Thanks,
gonna move
guys.
on because we got a ton of people and
Definitely.
yeah, appreciate
Peace.
it.
Have a good day.
Love you.
Wrecking Ball, come on in.
Hey man, how you guys doing?
Good.
Can hear the stress in your guys' voice. It's a time right now.
We're never stressed.
So I won't take too long, and that was a long conversation previously that I only caught the end of. But I guess overall, at this point, that Jon Favreau interview was atrocious, but it happened. At this point, do you think it just makes more sense to just release it, because there's no winning? Like, we were never going to win before, but now there's really no winning, and now we're just taking flack for not releasing it, even though there probably was good reasons to not release it to begin with. But at this point, it almost feels like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, but at least you can salvage some level of that quote-unquote credibility.
If
that
they,
everyone talks
I can
about
give you,
worthless.
and I'll bet you 2-1 on this, or anybody. If they were to release that report, no matter what's in there about Israel-Palestine, the lefty, weird, tanky people are going to repeat that ad nauseum all the way up to and maybe even through the midterms, 100%. No matter what they say. So, like, why release it? I mean, like nobody really cares that much about it, aside from the people that are harping on it over and over again on the far left. Like, I don't think there are going to be voters like in the midterms in like local races. When I say local, I mean like for the House of Representatives, where it's like the Republican is like, how are you going to trust this guy when Ken Martin, he's part of the DNC, that's like the Democratic National Committee, that's like the people who kind of like, well, it's not. Well, yeah, anyway, they had an autopsy they did. Not a real autopsy, but like a report of why they lost the last election, and they didn't release that report. Like, no one's going to give a fuck about this. Literally nobody will care about this.
The counterpoint is, I completely agree. It doesn't matter what's in there. They're going to get their talking points out from it. But the counterpoint to that, I think, would be, it doesn't matter what's in there. So, like, at this point, if you release it, no one's going to care whatever the Israel-Palestine stuff is. If it's damning or not, it doesn't matter, right? That's not going to sway people. But I do think you will see much more mainstream push from the Fox and I'll say just general mainstream media about the DNC not being transparent.
Nah,
it's just
I
BS
don't
crap
think.
that we see right now.
I'm curious. I don't know. Maybe somebody can go find articles. The first articles I'd seen them talking about it were talking about Jon Favreau's interview about it with Ken Martin. Maybe the Republicans have brought it up in the past, but like that would be a crazy thing. The Republicans are so not transparent.
I don't think it'd be the Republicans, though. I think it's the problem. I think it would be like your CNNs and your ABCs now that are going to bring it up.
Well, yeah, that's because they're fucking retarded.
Fox.
But I mean, like, if anybody that would retardedly bring that up is also probably also going to jump on the Israel-Palestine shit or whatever else they see in there. Like, it's just everybody's going to take a chunk at it, and they're just going to use it to, like, nothing good will ever come from releasing a thing like that publicly. It just would never, ever, ever happen. It's always everybody's going to take a bite out of the piece that they want, and they're going to use it to further the fight. Right now, they can fight about it not being released. If it gets released, though, there's going to be so many different people. I imagine they could just take a chunk out of some particular part and then fight with it. So I think you just bury it, ignore it. Some people rumble, groan about it, and you just move on from it. But
so then, as a counter to that, I would say then, is there benefit in ironically fragmenting the things that people are taking a chunk out of? Right. So right now, there's only one message, which is the DNC did not release the stupid report, right? That's the only thing anyone's going to say. If it is released...
The future message will be like, oh, leftist... they will call him leftist. Leftist Jon Favreau was able to get the report released. What a hero. And now we learn about Gaza. It's a lose situation now.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I just, at this point, I almost feel like it's just... It was stupid. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. And I almost feel like there's more to be gained by releasing it simply because it causes the angles of attack to be more fragmented and easier to deal with than right now.
The angles of attack are only effective, though, if you play into them. Like, if you just ignore it, nobody would give a fuck. Nobody even knows what the DNC is. Nobody knows who Ken Martin is, and nobody knows what this autopsy is. It's only effective as long as people are amplifying the attacks. The far left will, because that's what they do, because they want to destroy the Democratic Party. But other than that, like, nobody's gonna... I don't think anybody cares that much, unless you also amplify, which unfortunately the Senate does because they're fucking retarded. But if you just don't amplify the attacks, then nobody's gonna give a fuck.
I haven't looked recently because it's been a weekend, but has there been mainstream pickups on this besides Jon Favreau? Like, I'd be curious to dig through and see, like, has this
Jon Favreau is not mainstream.
I think Axios had
I mean,
report
like CNN
on it.
talking about it, or Axios talking about the DNC not releasing it prior to Jon Favreau.
Yeah, there was an Axios thing I think that mentioned it, but in terms of like serious media coverage, I don't think people are talking about this too much.
No one on CNN is fucking spouting off about this in a 5-minute segment. It's a nothing.
Probably not. That is the oddly weird benefit of the absurd time we live in. There's always so much more shit going on that's way worse.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, true.
That was it. I just wanted to talk about that, but also I'll say, man, I know it's stressful. I know you're tired. I know I can't imagine how absurd it is for you to deal with all that, but keep on keeping on, man. A lot of people are looking to you to keep driving forward on that piece, and I know it's a lot of responsibility, but people do appreciate it. Like, you built the community.
I needed to hear that.
Well, thanks a lot, buddy. I think.
Have a good one.
Take care, guys.
Be careful.
No, he was talking to me.
Fuck you.
All right, Hussein, come torture him.
Oh, what's up? Hi.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Hi, what's up?
I was gonna ask you about. I don't know how much time you have. It was a while, but if you wanted to get into like a religion conversation, if you're down for that.
What about it?
I don't.
I was gonna ask you about your. I know it's been a while. As your previous takes on Islam from a. That's actually how I started watching you, because I was a teenager like Salafist arc. So, I was watching like Ali Dawa, and he kind of like put me towards your channel, and actually, it kind of made me a liberal. Like oh my god, this guy sucks, and I'm like, I watched him like he got some good points, but I was just wondering, do you still have the same positions you had during that arc, or have you kind of like mediated it a little bit?
I have no idea what positions in particular are you talking about.
Okay, so the positions that you, interrupt me if you think I'm wrong. Essentially, your positions during that arc was that, You were saying that while Christianity is bad, a lot of people don't talk about Islam or the bad things about Islam as much, especially in liberal or left wing circles. And you highlighted some of the things you thought that were bad in Islam, such as like the marriage between Aisha and Muhammad, and like the punishments towards like things such as thievery or sexual assault or
I think the
nature,
point I was
like
bringing up
social
back
aspects.
then, this would have been a long time ago, I'm imagining, right?
Mm-hmm.
My issue back then was it was this weird thing where everybody in the West, as a response to legitimately a lot of Islamophobia from conservative people, you had this weird like progressive obsession with trying to defend Islam, and like I know the like wearing hijab became like a huge focal point where every feminist all of a sudden, or like these like woke people on the left were like, oh, actually Islam is beautiful and all of these things are beautiful, and it just got super cringe, and I thought it was a huge like retarded overreaction to conservatives being legitimately Islamophobic.
But do you think now with the conservatives like legitimately like going like fucking like orders of magnitude worse in terms of their Islamophobia, especially like we just watched that thing, you just put up the Trump thing with Ilhan Omar calling Somalis like animals or whatever, like talking about like it's like the worst place on earth. Do you think now those arguments were not vindicated but kind of made more sense considering what led to what's happening now?
No, I think the West, I think the weird wokey arguments were still fucking retarded. But I mean, like, you can still fight against Islamophobia. I would have to contextualize, like, what is even happening right now in terms of the concern. I don't know if it's even Islamophobia, or I feel like it's just racism, or racism plus xenophobia and nationalism.
I think that's really interesting. I think actually, I don't think most like people who criticize. I'll glaze you for a second. I do think you have some good criticism of Islam, which is what kind of brought me out of that. But I think the vast majority of people who do criticize Islam, I don't think it's coming from a place of like genuine intellectual like rigor. It's coming from a place of like, oh, these people are weird and different and they have a different culture than us. Because like when you see a lot of criticism of Islam, the criticisms are not levied on Islamic theology. It's levied on Arab culture,
Sure.
and Arab cultural aspects.
And usually the worst of Arab culture in like the worst countries.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly my point. So I do think that there are some good criticisms of that, but I feel like also like the the Minecraft pickaxe meme, that was a little bit spicy. I would say that's kind of the main thing that was remembered about that specific arc of yours.
Sure.
And
although at that point, my main issue with Islam was basically that for a lot of the Red Pill arc, you had this thing coming up where, like online, a lot of Muslims were super big on the Red Pill shit because they were picking up like some celebrities, and I think that Muslims are just happy if anybody's willing to kind of like cast their lot in with.
It's so
people.
fucking retarded. Bro.
Yeah,
like,
so like Andrew Tate and all these people were hugely celebrated figures, and yeah, it was annoying me.
It's just weird because like a lot of Muslims are just like, oh my god, like soy point, they just fucking converted to our religion, and Andrew Tate's legit gambling in fucking like Romania or whatever the fuck he is, and like fucking Sneeko is still like being gay, and like a lot of people are still like being like drinking alcohol. I'm like, dude, they're not following the rules, they're just doing it because you guys are fucking gullible.
Yeah.
And you guys you just love when someone converts to their religion. It's just kind of cringe.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Well, I guess there isn't that much disagreeing, I guess another point, if sorry Moot Dan for DMing you and bullying and fucking harassing you. Okay. Another point I want to bring up is the Syria point. I've been following the development in Syria recently. Do you think that Trump abandoning the Kurds was a good or bad thing? And let's just start from there. Let's just get your position on Trump abandoning the Kurds.
I think bad.
And then that's the last. You think it was bad? Do you know much about like the PKK, YPG, the Syrian Democratic Forces, and kind of the shenanigans they get up to in eastern Syria?
Yeah. What about
it? Recently, with the agreement between the Syrian central government under Ahmed al-Shara, Mohammed al-Jalani, whatever you call him, a lot of the SDF forces were kind of integrated into the new Syrian army, and what's resulted from that is that the more radical, like not communists, it's the PKK is a weird entity, but I do think they're socialist adjacent. This weird sect of PKK and YPG, like militants, started going underground and started performing acts of terror on Syrian government institutions, and those are mainly people who are ethnically Kurdish, yes, but they're doing so in sort of like a Kurdish like secular nationalism against like the conservative Islamic like almost neoliberal economic neoliberalism of the Shara regime. So I guess I just want to bring this up to kind of like counteract. Like, I don't think Trump should have just completely abandoned the Kurds and just like fuck them really hard. I do think the Kurds are kind of like.
Well, hold on. To be clear, my understanding is that
Yeah.
there were Kurdish fighters in Syria that we had like worked with. We'd been working with Kurds throughout the Middle East, especially when we were fighting against ISIS. I understand that the KRG is a different entity than the in Iraq is a different entity than like the YPK or the PPK or the YPG. Or the PPK?
PKK and YPG,
PKK
and the Syrian Democratic
are they?
Forces.
Yeah. I understand that they're different, but like broadly, we'd like worked with Kurds in Syria and in Iraq when fighting ISIS. I think we kind of sort of like wink, wink, nudge, nudge them when they were fighting Syria. And then obviously Turkey has a huge problem with the I think with the PKK Kurdish
existence of Kurds.
Yeah, well, and the PKK especially, they get into a lot of antics against each other. And we basically, when we withdrew from Syria, whatever forces we had there, it's not that we abandoned them to even get killed by Assad. It's that we abandoned them to let our own ally Turkey just basically fucking run a train on them through. Yeah, which is just like they're our ally. We can't control anything. Why? Because Trump just didn't care, didn't know. It was just ridiculous. Yeah, I think that was bad. I think it's something about, yeah. We did the same kind of in Afghanistan apparently, where we abandoned a lot of our people like that we had worked with as well and promised visas to and everything else. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Afghanistan is also very complicated. But I guess my main point was like, yeah, the Kurds kind of just did get shafted by Trump, but I don't think they should be glamorized in the same way, like in the fashion they are in the West. Like at these secular freedom fighters who
no, that's retarded.
Like
everything in the Middle East is insanely complicated, and it's why it's stupid. And I always criticize people like, do you really want to help these? Or like, I think people are saying like, well, the new leader of Syria like used to be in the Taliban or Al Qaeda or some shit, and it's like sometimes these
he was in. Yeah.
Whatever it is, sometimes he's like Al Qaeda in. I don't even know if I could be wrong on this, but like, I don't even know if Al Qaeda in Yemen even had many connections to. There's a name for the Al Qaeda in Yemen. I forget what it might be called. Al Qaeda in Yemen, but I don't even know if they had strong connections to like Al Qaeda that existed in Afghanistan or like it just. There are so many different groups and people can move between forces, and it's like yeah, when people get super critical of saying like one guy's a good guy, one guy's a bad guy because they fought with this or that in the Middle East is really retarded. I think.
Well, let me provide some context. Al Qaeda in Yemen was called Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. It was kind of headed, and he was like the religious leader. The main one was Anwar al-Awlaki. He was the American citizen Obama kind of fucking murked.
Sure.
And then also like they say Ahmed al-Shara, he was part of ISIS or Al Qaeda. He was part of Jabhat al-Nusra, and Jabhat al-Nusra was an Al Qaeda affiliate. The reason why people say he was part of ISIS is because of misconception. A lot of the fighters, when Jabhat al-Nusra and was being like making its like leeway into like Syria as like a force against Assad, during this time Al Qaeda and ISIS had a split between each other. So there was like a religious like political dispute between Ayman al-Zawahiri and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and eventually that just led to a lot of ISIS fighters, Jabhat al-Nusra fighters leaving Jabhat al-Nusra because they're Al Qaeda affiliated and joining ISIS. So it's like a misconception. Jalani was never part of ISIS. He was never formally really a part of Al Qaeda. He was just a part of Jabhat al-Nusra, which is an Al Qaeda affiliated group. And then he went and he formed Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, which is less like more modern but more staunchly conservative Islamic militant group, and then he formed the Syrian government. So like there's a lot. I completely agree with you. There's a lot of missing context that people have, and they just kind of be like, okay, this guy was like sort of part of this group, so he's bad forever now. I don't know. Even though I'm like pretty liberal, I am a Ahmed al-Shara simp. I think he's doing pretty well for the country.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's all. Well.
All right.
Much love. Love you, chat. Love you, Moot. Thank you, Prime Man.
Mashallah.
Be careful.
Mashallah, brother. Mashallah. Okay, bye-bye.
That's it.
All right.
Are you heading out, Steve?
Yeah. I got things. I love you guys. It's been fun. I will be back.
We'll do more tomorrow.
I mean, yeah.
Woohoo.
Woo. Woo. Stay safe. Be careful. I love you very much. Don't die.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We're back tomorrow. Be careful.